Hello, everybody. Hello, minions. It's nice to see you all again. Back here on Rokenjima Island. I've been excited to continue episode 2 since, I guess it was Monday, yeah. The week's been going by fast, hasn't it? I've been excited to continue more of episode 2 just because it's kind of what I expected and also kind of not what I expected. I said this on Monday, but I expected, like, kind of a do-over, like we'd start at the beginning and we would learn new things. But when I said that, I meant, like, start at the beginning of, like, where episode 1 started. But episode 2 has been taking place before episode 1 so far, and it's mostly focused on the family members who live on Rokenjima. You know, Shannon, Cannon, and Jessica, as well as George, I suppose. George doesn't live on Rokenjima, but he seems to visit often just because of Eva. So, if I were in a locked room with George, Kinzo, and Kraus, and there was a gun with 2 bullets on the table, what would I do? It would definitely be George and Kraus. Kinzo is too funny. I think Kinzo is funny that I should keep him around. George is just a groomer. Episode 2 is the story of how Beatrice got her groove back. It seems to be pretty much that. She's gal pals with Shannon right now. They're hanging out, they're being besties. My bestie is a murder witch. I think it's interesting so far that we've gotten to see a side of Beatrice I hadn't expected to see so soon. Obviously she's just manipulating Shannon, but she does a good job of it. Kinzo would dare me to shoot him exactly, and I wouldn't give him what he wants. Oh, I forgot something. There we go. I gotta put them back on the screen. I had to reset OBS before I started, and they disappeared, but they're back now. Oh, gosh. Where were we last time? Where did we leave off? Oh, yeah. Cannon was like, I don't like having fun. I like being furniture. I can't ever be anything but furniture. And then I think when we left, we were about to cut back to another date with Shannon and George. So, that's fun. That'll be exciting, won't it? So much of Umineko becomes eye-opening after I finish it. So that's what I've been told. I've been told the same thing by pretty much everybody I've ever known. Pretty much everyone I've ever known that, like, once you finish Umineko and you reflect on the early parts of it, you're just like, the realizations hit you. That's what I've been told. My bestie is a murder, which would make a great anime title. I mean, that's why I made the stream title that. I'm a maid for a rich family on a secluded island, and my gal pal is a murderous witch. Murderous witch? I think that's a great light novel title. I don't know about you. I've seen some of the PS3 designs. I think they're... Yeah, I agree with you. I think a lot of the PS3 designs are kind of bland. They don't have the soul. That's why we're using the original sprites. It's about the soul. Soul versus soulless, you know? I think Ryu Kishi's art has a certain charm to it, like you said. It conveys emotion well, that's for sure. Okay, I think we can get started now. Load, there we go. Yes, that's right. We're back with Shannon and George. I could remember the picture. Oh, we're right into it. She has a nice hat this time. Georgie-san? God, this outfit is still so bad. I got used to looking at the Zelda shirt.
僕はまだ
I don't know what that means, George. I guess he's talking about his financial savings? I don't know. Oh, apparently I'm dropping a lot of frames. That's not good. Hang on. Yeah, no, George has terrible fashion sense. No? Oh, I'm back online. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm not sure what happened there. I was dropping a lot of frames, so I'm like, I'll try and fix it with this one thing, and it made my stream go offline. But we're back now. Don't go anywhere. This has to be Beatrice's fault. I think Beatrice would support me. Maybe not, actually. Probably not, actually. But, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I don't know why that happens. I was like, I'll click this one button unrelated to connecting or disconnecting to fix it, and it disconnected me. But, I don't seem to be dropping as much frames now, so I think we're fine. I believe we're okay. I think we're all good now, yes. No more frame drops, it looks like. Yes, no more frame drops. Okay, we're good. That's a pretty... I like that post. That's a good post, Sweet Creamy. Thank you. I will save this. That is a good edit. Canon pulls no bitches. He literally does pull bitches, and then he refuses... Then he refuses to interact with them. Yeah, I don't know where these dog tags are from. He's definitely not in the military. We got fashionable dog tags. You keep adding so many pauses in your speech, Shannon. Talk confidently for once. Very normal things to say, George. Oh boy. Now that's what I call dramatic irony. Yeah, get fucked, Kenzo. Yeah, I sure hope the engagement goes well for them. Remember, if you're not looking at them, then they're not really there. Where are we going now? What is this ominous wind? Ah! Beatrice! The void! What is this music? This is good. Into the silent beyond. Her voice is so good, I love it. Maraka! She does a real good laugh, I love it. We all support a girl boss who laughs like that. The wind SFX is quite loud. Ah! Eye catch. Oh, we're back. We're back to the first day, October 4th. We're back. We're back to the main event. We just had more context from, Shannon, Cannon, Jessica, and George. They had eaten breakfast at a coffee shop in the station building. By chance, the inside of the shop had been decorated with Halloween colors since it was October. Maria had seemed to be awfully pleasant with that. For quite some time, she talked loudly inside the train about wanting to have a Halloween festival without caring that she was attracting the attention of others. Halloween is popular in Europe and America, but people aren't that familiar with it in Japan. The shopping district was colorfully decorated with orange pumpkins, but the costume parades of children demanding sweets and saying trick or treat were nowhere in sight. I'm glad we're back with Oomphy. She's so oomphy. I don't know, you look kind of... I feel like your normal outfit is kind of witch-like already. You got your little crown. While it wasn't completely full inside the train, it was really packed, with almost all of the seats occupied by passengers. Maria was making a fuss among them, stomping her feet on the seat while Rosa scowled at her. Rosa had warned her many times to lower her voice, but Maria hadn't obeyed her at all. Once Maria got like this, no matter how much you tried to explain the situation or calm her, she wouldn't listen. Before, Rosa used to pamper Maria and give in to her at times like this. But that had probably been a mistake. Surely Maria had gained the mistaken impression that throwing a tantrum long enough would make her mother give up and do what Maria wanted. Rosa had realized that error with the help of an educational book, and since then, she'd hardened the part of her heart that wanted to pamper her beloved daughter. Ah, Lipschitz, right? From Rugrats? That's the book she read? Her mutual understanding with Maria began to grow weaker and weaker, and she began to get discouraged by her own powerlessness more and more often. Halloween!
あなたにあげるお菓子はありません。さっき朝ごはんを食べたでしょ。お菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃう。
Her prank will be going along with murder, so it'll be great. I wonder what funny pranks this 9-year-old could cook up. A stout old woman who was sitting nearby as Maria stomped her feet picked a candy out of her handbag and held it out to Maria. See, minions? Let this be a lesson. Being loud and annoying will inevitably get you what you want. It works for me.
Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween!
こらマリア、勝手に人からお菓子をもらっちゃダメでしょ。
Boo, yes you can.
返しなさい。
I think strangers should give me gifts all the time.
いいんですよ。
Magani mode has been redeemed. Ho, 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 ho.
元気なお嬢さんですこと。おいくつです？
Glasses on. Maybe there was no malice in the old woman's words. However, Rosa seemed to find that remark extremely humiliating.
マリア、知らない人からお菓子をもらっちゃいけないっていつも言ってるでしょ。おお、これはマリアがもらったの。
What are these like little whap sounds? I guess it's her stomping her feet.
話しなさい。ママの言うことを聞けっていつも言ってるでしょ。
Good old Rosa. She's gotten mask off a lot quicker in this episode. You loudly and annoyingly want Megane mode? Well, you paid for it, so you get it.
その言うのをやめなさいって言
Ooh.
ってるでしょ。
Rosa reflexively hit Maria violently on her cheek. Oh, it's this again. In a flash, Maria started crying loudly. Rosa immediately took the candy from Maria's hand and pushed it back towards the dumbfounded old woman sitting next to them. Yeah, I'll say, I'm feeling the secondhand embarrassment for sure.
うちの子に勝手にお菓子を与えないでください。ごめんなさい。
Breathing heavily, Rosa once again held the candy out to the old woman. After getting flustered about what she should say for a few moments, perhaps the old woman realized that her actions may have troubled this parent and child. And she accepted the candy back, apologizing. the slow fade from facial expression to facial expression. After that, Rosa finally took notice of her surroundings. Her daughter's clothes were all messed up, she was crying and shouting with her nose dripping, and there were many dumbfounded passengers watching them. Except for the sound of the train running, the interior was completely silent. Gosh, I wonder why people would react to this way. Great parenting, Rosa. A+. Mom of the year. Fortunately, that pitiful silence didn't last more than a short while. However, it was followed by an even more painful atmosphere as everyone began to whisper. Maria shouted, cried, kicked, and stomped her feet as usual, paying no heed to the people sitting around her. Impulsively, Rosa tried to slap her again, but she noticed the cold eyes of the people on the train and couldn't. I don't have the courage to slap my daughter when everybody's looking at me. When the train stopped, Rosa forcibly pulled Maria's arm and got off, almost dragging her daughter along. Maria didn't stop crying. Rosa took her to the end of the platform and hit her cheek again. At the moment she was hit, Maria stopped crying for an instant, but before long she shouted and cried even more than before. You know how they say, like, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity? Overwhelmed with emotion, Rosa grabbed the nape of Maria's neck and dragged her, tugging at her hair. Awesome.
そのやめなさいって言ってるでしょ。そんなんだからクラスにお友達ができないんでしょ。
We got some real world-class parenting here.
なんであんたはいつまでも頭の中が幼稚園なのよ。どうしてママの言うことが聞けないの。どうして。
With those severe words, Rosa hit Maria's cheek over and over again. The more Maria cried and shouted, the more Rosa hit her. This is what I mean when I said, like, the insanity thing. Like, what do you think will happen? What different result do you expect? And the more Maria was hit, the more intensely she cried and shouted. Clearly your method here isn't working, Rosa. Oh boy, we're at that stage, huh? I think we're doing a little bit of projection here, Rosa.
お客さんいかがされましたか?
何かご用ですか?
The one who timidly called to her was the station attendant. Rosa glared at the attendant with a look that said, "Don't butt into the problems of a mother and child, stranger." Of course, the attendant surely hadn't wanted to get involved either. However, Rosa had been yelling on the platform for a much longer time than she had imagined. Her emotional scolding had led the passengers on the platform to advise the attendant to call out to her. Rosa yelled at the attendant, saying not to worry anymore since they'd be getting on the next train. And then, finally, or rather for the second time, she noticed the passengers on the platform staring at her from a distance. The slow fade again. Rosa sweat slightly and felt a breeze make her sweat go cold, tormenting her. Maria still kept on crying, shielding her own head. Of course, if this beating continued, she'd probably keep crying indefinitely. As the terrible heat in Rosa's head faded, she knew she had surrendered her soul to evil again. I guess that's one way to put it. Rosa fell to her knees and hugged Maria, whose face was all soggy with tears and mucus.
Maria, ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Well, I didn't expect to be hit with this right away. Finally, Maria realized that her mother was her mother again. She clung to her mother's body and cried, burying her face in her mother's chest.
悪いママを許して。悪いママを許して。本当にごめんなさい。ママをどうか嫌いにならないで。
I'm gonna have bad news for you in about 10 years.
マリアは全然平気。ママを嫌いになんかならない。ママはまた悪い魔女に乗り移られていただけ。
That is certainly a way to process that.
ママが帰ってきたから平気。
Yeah, everybody keeps, people keep pointing it out when we get to these segments, but the author of this visual novel, Ryakushi, used to be a social worker. He was employed as one, and boy, can you tell!
悪い魔女にママはまた乗り移られていたの。ごめんね。
This is definitely a sight you would see as anyone involved in childcare or social work. For a long time, the two of them hugged each other, asking for and sharing words of forgiveness. After a while, they calmed down and both moved back at the same time. Maria's face and Rosa's face were both deep red after crying their eyes out.
マリアはハロウィンのお祭りがしたいの。ジョージお兄ちゃんやジェシカお姉ちゃんにかぼちゃマシュマロを見せてあげた。
Oh, that's right. She gave them those at the very beginning of the first chapter, didn't she? I didn't expect a real-ass picture of, like, the kind of pumpkin lollipop everybody's seeing. I've seen those before. It was a candy that they'd been selling near the cash register at the shop where they'd eaten breakfast. A fancy sweet that had a big orange marshmallow in the shape of a jack-o'-lantern attached to the tip of a stick. Maria had wanted it and had insistently pestered Rosa for it. Rosa had refused, saying that there was no way she could buy sweets right after breakfast.
じゃあマリア、この町に売っているかどうかわからないけど、降りて探してみようか。ママ大好き、愛してる。ありがとう。私もよ、マリア。愛してるわ。
The truth was that they didn't have time to waste loitering around at a stopover station. If they missed the airplane, they'd fall half a day behind schedule. She should have left home with more time to spare, but she'd ended up leaving late after choosing Maria's clothes. Because of that, Rosa had been a bit impatient since the morning. She looked at the clock. They had to get on the next train immediately. But her daughter firmly joined hands with her to go buy the sweet with her mother, and that hand was warm. To Rosa, as she was now, it is more important to renew her bonds with Maria. To her, Maria was not only a beloved daughter, she was everything Rosa had. Fortunately, they could see a big supermarket right in front of the station. They might not be able to find exactly the same sweet, but Maria would probably be happy with a similar one. Besides, Rosa couldn't show up with a face swelled from crying. She must fix her makeup.
あれと全く同じマシュマロは見つからないかもしれないけど、似たようなお菓子があるといいね。それで、いとこのみんなを一緒に驚か
That's
そうね。
right. I remember at the beginning of the first episode, they gave some to them.
ママと一緒に買うお菓子なら何でもいい。
They exited through the turnstiles of the station in this unknown town. Maria walked across the pedestrian crossing together with her mother, chuckling to herself as though she was walking in an amusement park. Both faces were still deep red, but the two of them, mother and child, smiled warmly at each other without any restraints. Oh, we're back.
あなた、こんなところでどうされたのですか？
君か。
Hi, Kraus.
なんでもない。考え事をするのにここが少し心地よ
It's my thinking room.
今日の準備はすべて手配が終わっています。
Okay, so this is still before they arrived.
あとはお茶でも飲みながらくつろいで待とうで
I
はあり
like
ま
that
せんか。
we're getting more context for all these relationships.
すまん。君にいつも面倒なことをすべて押し付けている。
どうか私をもっと頼ってはいただけませんか。私はあなたの妻です。
Waifu.
無論君にはいつも助けられているし感謝をしている。だからこそ私は私の仕事に専念できる。
分かっています。お仕事のこと、そしてお父様の遺産の話ですね。
Natsuhi is definitely trying to be the perfect trad wife, yes. I was thinking the exact same thing.
欲深な兄弟たちの腐肉のあさり合いに過ぎん。
Rotten.
大丈夫です。あなた、すべてうまくいきます。あなたのお仕事がうまくいかなかったことはありません。
I feel like if you're a businessman and you're saying, don't worry, it'll work itself out, that's a problem with your business. Yeah, her fail husband. Natsuhi softly cuddled close to Kraus's shoulder. She complimented Kraus on his hard work, but Natsuhi knew better than anyone that his work wasn't going well. Kraus's project was something like a seesaw where a large amount of money swings. Big investments can lead to massive payoffs, but like large seesaws, they tend to shake a lot while moving very slowly instead of showing immediate results. At times, it's possible to make further investments, so that the seesaw inclines faster towards the side you want. Of course, you'd only do that if you were confident you'd be able to recover all your investments in the not-so-distant future. However, the seesaws Kraus chose never turned out as he would have liked them to. His foresight wasn't wrong, but the times were moving sluggishly. They never managed to catch up with him. Sure, whatever. He's just too much of a visionary, that Kraus. For example, think of a literal seesaw placed in a park. It's a really popular item, so there's always someone playing on it, and you've got to wait a long time for your turn. Let's say that one day you spotted one of those seesaws that was completely unused, and you raced to grab it first and have it all to yourself. However, unless someone got on the opposite side of the seesaw, you wouldn't be able to play on it. What if lots of time passed and nobody came to the opposite end? Seesaws are popular, so if you wait long enough, a companion will surely show up. But Kraus noticed something. The weather's getting worse, so nobody's coming outside to play. Okay, so this is like... We're what, 86? That bubble's gonna pop soon, right? But seesaws are popular, so someone will surely come eventually. If he vacated his place before, because of the worsening weather, it would certainly be snatched away. And once again, he'd end up longingly gazing from a distance at someone else having fun on the seesaw. On one side of the seesaw, he continued to wait patiently, all alone. That was Kraus's project, and his current situation. Yeah, he's like, hold the line, don't sell!
私にもう少しの勇気と 自分の先見性を信じる自信がある。
Yeah, that's it, Kraus. You're just too much of a visionary. You see too far into the
失敗はしな
future.
かった。
Your foresight is just too good. Whatever you want to tell yourself, man.
あなたの先見性はいつも間違っていません。あなただけがお
To
父
the
様の
moon,
才覚
baby.
を受け継いだのです。他の兄弟たちが誰も受け継がなかった天性のものを受け継がれ。
なのに、
Oh, I've never seen this face from him.
いつも臆病に自らの事業を畳んできた。なぜ自分を信じることができないのか。自分を信じられない男を誰が信じる。
I never expected this from Kraus. Like, I never expected him to have this
誰
self-confidence
も
issue.
信じない。
He's like, he doesn't believe in his own
敗者の
self-confidence.
座るべき椅子に自ら座り、親父にもおふくろにも兄弟たちにも笑われる。私はいつになったら
Oh, you know what? That's fair. He is Kinzo's eldest son, yeah. That would probably lead to some confidence issues, wouldn't it?
いつになったら
Natsuhi was the only one who knew. Only she knew of Kraus's anguish. As the eldest son of the Ushiromiya family who would soon be forced to bear an immense responsibility, he couldn't open his pained heart to anyone and was always getting compared to his father's great enterprises. Yeah, that'll do it, right?
あなたが親族会議に
Especially when that
専念
same
できるよう
father, like, beat the
全
shit
ての
out of
手
you
配
every
を済
day?
ませています。すべて。
すまん。親父殿の件は問題ないかね。
Probably. You know him.
源氏と南條先生は私たちの味方です。あの強欲な兄弟たちを決してお父様には合わせません。
Is this the year of murders or earlier? This is
もしもし。
this is
Hi,
shortly,
Gora desu.
like, this is the day of. Everybody hasn't arrived yet. We're basically a few hours behind the start of episode 1. Hello, Goda here. Hello, Goda here. Hi, Goda.
ええ、お任せください。
Sorry.
年に一度の大仕事に腕が鳴っております。
I was just really, like, what, is Goda talking to me? I guess he's on the phone. In the kitchen, multicolored ingredients were gathered and the preliminary arrangements were promptly being started. Even though it was still morning, the ingredients for dinner were already in the saucepan and steaming. Normally, he had to deal with several assorted matters, but on the day of the family conference, he could devote himself entirely to cooking. Iron Chef with Goda? To Goda, who was originally a chef, this was surely the greatest gala occasion of the whole year.
ええ、ディナーには子牛のステーキを。
Calf steak.
素晴らしい肉がすでにホレイコで、今夜を
Like,
待
as
ちわ
in
びており
from
ま
like
すよ。
like a baby cow? Like, those are called calves, right? Does steak from, like, younger cows taste different? I don't know.
まかないも今夜はぜひ期待してくだ
Is
さ
it,
い。
like, considered a delicacy? It was rare for Goda to be in this good of a mood towards his fellow servants. Goda bragged about being the Ushiromiya family's personal chef, and knowing he was considered worthy to display his excellent cooking at the family conference was his greatest honor. That's what veal is? Oh, I didn't know that. I've always been under the impression, you know, obviously my catalog of Earth animal knowledge is quite small, as I live here on the moon. I've just got books in the internet and stuff. I thought veal was like deer. I thought veal was like deer and stuff.
任せるので。
That's venison? Oh. Well, they both start with V, you know? It's all the same.
熊沢がそちらにいないか。
熊沢さんですか。先ほど見かけましたが、こちらにはおりません。
Put a filter on my dialect so they can tell I'm on the
ゲストハ
phone.
ウスの方へ準備に行かれたのではないでしょうか。
I mean, Hatsune Marvin, I like beef, but I've also always been more of a chicken guy myself.
また油を。
When I visit Earth, I have a preference for chicken.
いや、
I don't actually like cow milk that much. I prefer almond milk.
では引き続きよろしく頼む。
But I don't drink, like, I don't drink, like, any milk, like, just straight very often at all. I mostly just use it for protein shakes and stuff.
ええ、バンジ、このゴーダにお任せを。
That is correct, Hatsune Marvin, basically. Genji placed the telephone back on the receiver, sighing lightly. Genji sighed once again, thinking of Kumasawa, who was probably hiding again even though things were this busy, and the ostentatious Goda, who only felt like doing anything on a day when he could show off. Surrounded by morons, this guy. I know how that feeling. I know that feeling. You just can't find good help these days. Isn't that so true,
ゲ
Genji?
ストハウスの各お部屋の準備が整いました。
お嬢
Well, I
様、
guess Shannon and Canon do a good
お子
job.
様方が泊まれるよう4人分の用意をするようにとのご指示を賜りましたが、いかがいたしましょう。
今年は6年ぶりにバトラ様がお見えになるそうだ。お嬢様もいとこ4人で夜更かしをされたいのだろう。準備するように。奥様にはお伝えしなくてよい。
そうですね。かしこまりました。
今夜は深夜勤で、そのまま明日は早朝勤か。しんどい
I
2
have
日間
heard
にな
that
りそう
sweet
だ
creamy,
な。
but I've never really liked milk. I like regular milk with like, if I'm eating sweets like cookies or something, that's when I like it. That's like the only context I like it anymore, or have ever really liked it.
そういえば、
I think that those flavors work well, but I've never really liked traditional milk with much. Like if I'm having a meal, I prefer drinking just like water or tea.
大丈夫でしょうか。
台風がよほどそれない限り、場合によっては親族の皆様方のお帰りの船に
That's true. I'll never share where the source of my moon milk.
親族会議の日程が
There's no cows on here, I'll tell you that much.
長引くかもしれない。長丁場になるだろうが、皆くれぐれも粗相のないように頼む。
That's right, no blunders.
シャノンは焦らぬよう落ち着いて、カノンは愛想よくご挨拶をするよ。
I like how he immediately like targets their most common fuck ups. And the things we know they'll do anyways from episode 1.
はい。注意します。
注意します。
大切なお客様がお越しになられる日だ。
Canon, have you ever smiled in your life? No, sir, I have not.
くれぐれも粗相がないように。
心得ています。いつだって。ここには大切なお客様しか訪れませんから。
カノン、今日は本当の意味で
Donation goal 250k to reveal the source of my moon milk.
大切なお客様を迎える。
Very important guest. Oh gosh. I wonder who it could be. Alright, if you pay me 250k, I'll tell you where the moon milk comes from and I'll share some with you.
はい。
シャノン、どうした？
You can have a glass straight from the tap.
さっきから何かそわそわしているようだが、何か時間の約束でもあるのか？
いえ、
Oh gosh, she's all flustered.
失礼いたしました。
姉さん、今日は大切なお客様がお越しになる日なんだよ。
Don't fuck this up
プ
for
ライ
me,
ベートでは
Shannon.
切り離すようにね。
プライベートなんか知りません。
As Shannon blushed just a bit, she turned her gaze away from the clock. Was it about time for the airplane carrying the family to arrive at Nijima? She tried to hide the fact that her upcoming, long-awaited reunion with George was making her heart race. But Canon, who stood beside her, seemed to see right through her. You're not exactly good at hiding your emotions, Shannon. Oh, are we gonna be back with Battler now?
シャノン、これを黙って受け取ってくれ。
He's practicing. That's kind of cute. Inside a bathroom stall, George was practicing something over and over, taking out a small velvet box hidden in his pocket, like a quick-draw desert gunman.
いや違うな。シャノンは牽引力のある男性が好
Does
きなん
she?
だ。もっと馬力がある感じじゃないとダメだ。
Put your pedal to the metal, George.
シャノン、これを
Okay,
薬
not
指につけるん
not
だ。
that much. Dial it back like a degree or two.
命令だよ。
I've never seen this face on George. It's funny. That's a funny George face. Dun, 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 dun.
ああ、左手とちゃんと言わないと右手にされちゃうかもしれない。
Shannon isn't stupid.
いや、シャノンも
Yeah.
そこまでかまととじゃないけど。ああ、でも少しは自由意志がないとなんだかその。
Excellent onomatopoeia there, George. As he crossed his arms muttering, someone knocked on the door. George was snapped back to reality.
お、ジョージ君。
Oh, it's Rudolph. It's everybody's favorite Yakuza mid boss.
大丈夫か？腹の調子でも悪いのか？
ルドルフおじさん、大丈夫です。平気です。ご心配は無用です。
そっか。ならいいんだけどな。無理して力みすぎるなよ。尻が切れちまうぜ。
Your ass will explode! Rudolph washed his hands, laughing cheerfully as he left. George, realizing that the most embarrassing part hadn't been overheard, relaxed and felt extremely relieved. Yeah, he just heard you
Yeah.
making those weird
ローザ
noises.
はまだ来ないのか？
まだよ。
Oh god, my MILFs are back! Thank goodness. I was so worried they'd be lost to me forever.
天候調整中だからいいようなものを。これで普段通りのダイヤだったらあいつ乗り遅れちまうぜ。そしたらどうする気なんだあいつ。
ローザさんだっていい年の大人よ。なんとかするわ。
I'm sure she will.
兄って人はいくつになっても妹を子供扱いなのね。
親父だって
Hi, Battler. There's
いくつに
Battler.
なっても子供だけどな。
だと
It's been a while. We haven't seen Battler for like an entire stream in a quarter or so.
ほれほれバトラちゃん高い高い。
やめろ、くすぐって。やめ。
親子ってより悪ガキ。
Battler's not the MC. I mean, he kind of is. I think it's the closest thing to an MC.
おおおお、餃子さんやないか。マリアちゃん、久しぶりやの。
Well, how am I supposed to know if you're poking fun? Like, everything people tell me about this game is insane. You could have been serious for all I knew.
久しぶり。マリア、お久しぶりです。でしょ？言ってごらん。お久しぶりです。
Wow, I can already see that new context hitting.
そうや。
Everybody's like, once you beat Umineko and remember the earlier parts, the new context makes things insane. And I'm like, just having the context from the beginning of episode 2 makes this
よ
thing
く言え
insane.
たな。ご褒美に飴玉あげような。あれどこにしまったんや。
ローザさん、お久しぶりです。マリアちゃんもお久しぶり。ご無沙汰してます、キリエ姉さん、秀吉兄さん。
So we're kind of just going through the beginning of episode 1 again. I wonder what will change, if anything.
バトラ君？大きくなったわね。
いや
You're a big boy now, Battler.
今日は会うたびに言われてて恥ずかしいっすよ。
おうローザ遅かったな。飛行機がダイヤ通りだったらギリギリってとこだったぜ。
The actual MC is the daughter of Jean Grey and Cyclops from the future. Oh no! Not even
列車の
Cable?
接続がうまくいかなくて。
Cable's so much cooler.
何？また天候調査中なの？
ぼやかないぼやかない。船で6時間も揺られるくらいなら飛行機でほんの30分の方がずっとマシよ。たとえ1時間余計に待たされたって全然早いんだから。
あれがマリアなのか。大きくなったな。成長期か。
前に会ったのは6年前？それは変わるわよ。女は心変わりがあればたった1日でも生まれ変わる生き物よ。
She's 9, but okay.
ほ
Maria, noticing a big man she didn't recognize mixed in among the relatives, hid behind Rose's back and glared at Battler.
おいバトラ、挨拶しろい。前にやったのが3歳の時じゃ。初対面も同じだぞ。
3歳じゃ覚えてねえよな。よ、マリア。久しぶり。大きくなったな。
マリア、バトラお兄ちゃんよ。ルドルフおじさんの息子さん。わかる？おじさんの息子さんが、おじさんが息子さん。
She doesn't get it. Her brain hurts. She was obviously on her guard. After all, it was hardly surprising that she'd be scared if a large guy like Battler suddenly started speaking frankly to her. Battler noticed that as well and thought of various ways he might approach her. Then, he spotted the candy she had in her hand. It was the jack-o'-lantern sweet Rosa had bought for her.
そっか。10月だからハロウィンか。お菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞ。
Normally, trying to snatch a sweet away from a small child will result in them crying and screaming. The adults seemed dubious about Battler's tactics, but Maria looked unexpectedly pleased, her face splitting into a wide grin. Halloween!
ほらママ、バトラもハロウィン知ってる。ほらほら。ほら、バトラお兄ちゃんと呼びなさい。
Battler's 12 feet tall with trees for arms. No, we've confirmed he's 5'11", which is way funnier.
バトラ君。
いやいや、気にしないっすよ。俺はバトラと呼んでくれ。俺もマリアって呼ぶからな。ほらマリア、ハロウィンだぞ。お菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞ。お菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞ。
Tee-hee. From inside her purse, Maria picked out a jack-o'-lantern sweet similar to the one she had in her hand and presented it to Battler. When Battler accepted it, that seemed to be enough to confirm their friendship. The adults were amazed at how good children can be at getting along with each other. Maria had been throwing a tantrum because she wanted a Halloween festival, so Battler, who knew about trick-or-treating, must have felt like an ally. Her defensive posture from before was completely gone. Now she was all cheery as though they'd been friends for decades.
そうだな。日本じゃハロウィンってマイナーなイベントだよな。仮装行列で練り歩くなんて向こうのニュースではよく見るけど、日本じゃ見たことないぜ。
マリアも仮装したかった。仮装していとこみんなでお菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞってやりたかった。
It's also like, you're like way too early in the month for it.
そっかそっか。今度俺と一緒にやろうな。マリアだったら何の仮装をして練り歩きたい？
魔女ベアトリーチェ。
Ooh, spooky. Alright, are we just gonna... Okay, we're just skipping straight to the island?
おや、お嬢様、こんなところに。
That's true. Yeah, that's why I'm like, hey, that's kind of spooky. She didn't mention Beatrice that early in the original. And I'm wondering if it's just like... we're seeing details that weren't mentioned in the first go-around, or if things are actually different this time. Like, it's like a time loop or something.
奥様が探しておいででしたよ。
探されたくねえからこんなところにいるんだぜ。
It's like Final Fantasy 1.
どうせみなりは大丈夫かとか、言葉遣いをちゃんとするようにとか、お小言が。
Because like all the stuff before the start of, you know, what you could consider episode 1 has just felt like revealing new details that we didn't know before. But now I'm wondering, like, or is this like an actually things are actually playing out differently this
違
time.
いありません。
I'm sure it might be the case that the latter. Jack's gonna show up? Hell yeah. I have to kill Beatrice.
なぜか親族会議の日になるとこの魔女様が気になるんだよ。
ほう。
Looks like Beatrice is waiting for us.
それはまたどうしてでございましょう。
I would pay for that crossover.
親族会議ってのはじい様に連なるすべての一族老頭が集まる日だ。今年は6年ぶりにバトラも来るそうじゃねえか。そんな感じでさ、何十年かぶりに今までずっと姿を現さなか
Yeah,
っ
what
た
if?
親族がひょっこりと現れるんじ
You
ゃない
want
か。
Vyakishi style Jack
いつも
art
思って
now?
んだよ。
I hope someone gets on that.
ほほう。そんな親族がおりますでしょうか。
ベアトリーチェ様だよ。
Jack will prove witches aren't real by just slicing her in half. He'll take the direct route. I don't need logic or crime solving abilities. I can just murder you with this giant sword.
その子孫がひょっこりと現れて授けた黄金を
What
返
if?
せなんて言い出すかもしれないぜ。
クラウス様たちは親方様の遺産問題で今年も議論されるでしょうから、こうも魔女の黄金の話で盛り上がっては黄金を与えた魔女本人がそろそろおいでになってもおかしくありませんね。
熊沢さんはさ、
Battler must prove to Jack that chaos isn't real. I would pay for this
辞め
crossover.
たり勤めたりと忙しいけど、現実さん並みに昔からここ
The
に
problem
出
is
入
it
りしてる
wouldn't
わけ
be
でしょ
much of like an argument like Battler and Beatrice have. It would just be Jack saying bullshit and then walking away.
ベアトリーチェのこともっと知ってるんじゃないの？
Hello, Kaskin.
さてと思い出そうにもこの老いぼれ、今朝の朝食すら
I'm
も
lying.
思い出せませんので。
熊沢さんはいつもそういう言い方で逃げるけど、何か知って
Kumasawa is
そうな
definitely
の
always known more than she lets on.
知ってて物陰で笑ってるみたいな陰湿な雰囲気が時々するぜ。
これは手厳しい。隠し事など何もしておりません。私から申し上げられることは、ベアトリ
She
ー
do be
チェ
kinda
様は
golden.
黄金の魔女であられて、この島の夜を支配されているもう一人の主人であられるということだけでございます。
じい様の受け売りかよ。給料もらってるとはいえ、じい様の農言に付き合うのも大変だな。
ただ、これだけは申し上げられます。
何？
六軒島は太古の昔、小豆島と呼ばれて
Azukishima.
恐れられてきました。
Azuki being an island. That's not exactly a scary name, but okay.
小豆は悪時期がなまったものと言われ、本当は
Evil
悪時
appetite
島と呼ばれていたのだ
That's a little bit
と、
better.
漁民たちの間では伝えられております。
Akujikishima versus Azukishima. Okay.
前にも聞いたよ。
It's like that one Lovecraft story where the fish, like all the rumors come from the fishermen.
この辺は暗礁が多くて海難事故が多かったから、領民たちが恐れてむやみに近づかなかったって話だろ。
悪時期島には悪霊が住み着いていて、太古の昔から人々の魂を喰らい続けてきました。この島に関わり命を奪われた人間はあまりにも多いのです。
それを旅の修験者だかなんだかが、
Yeah, the one with the mirror in it that Shannon very helpfully broke for Beatrice.
うさんくせえ話だぜ。
その鎮魂の社はこの夏、
Yes, very
暗き
spooky.
闇を引き裂く紫色の不気味な雷で
Good job,
打ち砕
Shannon.
かれたとか。
熊沢さん、その話好きだな。確かに鎮魂の社が落雷でなくなっちまうなんて不気味だが、まあもともとオンボロだったしな。ちょっと高い波にでもさらわれたんじゃねえのかな。
Oh, the big one. Fun fact that is actually one of her specials in the fighting game. Like throwing the mirror? That's funny. Yeah, I've been told not to play the fighting game until I finish because it's literally all
眠りから目
spoilers.
覚めた悪食島の悪霊がベアトリーチェ様を呼び寄せたのです。
Throwing the mirror being one of her specials is pretty funny
ベ
though.
アトリーチェ様が親族会議に訪れられるようなことがあったなら、
あったなら
Kumasawa felt silent for a moment. Jessica was pressing her to keep going, so that gap felt strange and eerie. When Kumasawa noticed that she had Jessica plenty scared with her silence, she grinned broadly. Ooh!
さて
You don't have a flashlight to put under your face? Yeah, hopefully not every single person would die. Get into fighting games, read this 120-hour super novel first. Yeah, that's the next one Wooly should do. He did the Guilty Gear lore, now you should do Umineko lore by reading the visual novel.
でしょ?
でしょ?
たまには優雅な時間を得て、あなたの心を豊かにするのも、あなたの仕事に役に立つんじゃないかしら。
だな。心と財布は豊かじゃなきゃいけねえ。わかったよ。その日は開けておくことにする。
Yeah, I've been told that too, Sweet Creamy.
予約を頼むぜ。
わかったわ。絶対よ。
ああ、よろしく頼む。
This is Rudolph, I think.
愛してるぜ、キリエ。
When does this take place? When is this? After kissing the receiver, Rudolph hung up. Before his seat, there were several executives with their sleeves rolled up, eagerly awaiting the end of that phone call.
すまん、待たせたぜ。アメリカから連絡が来たか。
Oh, that's right. Rudolph was getting into big crimes in America.
外線にデイル渡辺弁護士からです。
I love Dale Watanabe. That's a great
おつな
name.
ぎします。
結局のところ、感触はどうなんだ。
それが一つ芳しくないようでして、先方は裁判をも辞さないつもりのようです。
やっぱりごまかしきれねえかな。繋いでくれ。
わかりました。すぐに。
The executive ordered that the external line be transferred to the secretarial office. At once, the phone in front of Rudolph rang.
もしもし。ハローハロー。
Hello, hello.
お待たせしました。後宮です。どうもどうも。いかがですかそちらは。
Hello, President 後宮。
Oh, we got English voice acting. Let's go.
挨拶は抜きで本題に入りましょう。いいニュースと悪いニュースがありますが、どちらを先にしますか？
悪いニュースが先がいいな。デザートがないと頑張れないたちなんだ。
わかりました。悪いニュースは先方が当方を告発する準
What
備に入った
what big crimes was Rudolph up to in America?
類似した裁判で原告が圧勝する判決が出されました。
I really want to know what he was doing that got him in this
当方
trouble.
が主張するのとほぼ同じ内容で論戦していたのですが、全てにおいて却下されました。残念ながらこのまま法廷に臨めば当方の主張はことごとく却下される可能性が極めて高いでしょう。
例の裁判、全滅だったか。うちより有利な条件だったと思ってたんだが、そりゃ辛いな。で、いいニュースは？
先方の幹部と接触できました。
Mm-hmm.
先方に当方の立ち位置を説明し、先方のブランドイメージを侵害する意図がないことを説明し、理解を得ることが
They
でき
want
ま
to
した。
settle outside of court. Okay.
先方は近日中に条件提示を行い、それらの履行が行われるなら告発を見送ると約束しました。
感触は？
取締役会のナンバー2による発
It
言。
won't be good for us.
正直、非常に厳しいものになると予想されます。
So, my best guess right now is that because it's like brand-related stuff, it's like infringement of some kind, maybe?
当方の想定では避けられないものとして、社名変更、ブランド名変更、交渉の余地のあるものとして和解金額、大手新聞への謝罪広告掲載、そ それらの履行期間と見ています。
うちに潰れろと一言言やいいのに、周り。
先方は近年2代目社長に交代したばかりで、まだ足固めが終わっていません。
He posted an image of Mickey Mouse online. Ah, that'll do it.
双方が徹底抗戦した場合、
I thought that would be Kraus, but who knew Rudolph had it in him? Remember, Kraus is the Delzny adult.
そのため先方トップも本件を速やかに解決したいという思惑があるようです。そのため迅速な和解のために多少の条件緩和を引き出せる余地も残っているかもしれません。
いずれにせよ、とんでもねえ金が必要になるか。
その覚悟は必要です。そしてそれでも懲罰的賠償金よりははるかに安いかと。
ありがとう先生。また進展があったら連絡してください。先生は高級鳥だからヨタ話もできねえ。Thank you, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Rudolph hung up the phone. The executives sitting in reception seats seemed to have guessed at the contents of that discussion.
聞こえたか野郎ども。まあそうじるとだ。金さえ積みや堪忍してやるぜってわけだ。あとは金の高だけを争点にすりゃいい。
しかし社長、渡辺氏の示した和解金の想定額はあまりにも膨大です。
Yeah, it seems like you're going, no matter what you choose, whether it's court or settling, it seems like you're going, we're going bankrupt either way, Rudolph.
高くかなんて始めんじゃなかったぜ。
3年しのげれば資金的危機は脱出できる計算でした。まさかここで刺されるなんて本当についてない。
Yeah, if only we had a huge pile of gold that is worth more money than the GDP of a small country.
泣けるぜ。
メインバンクから金を引っ張るしかありません。
銀行はまずいな。連中は勝ち馬にしか金を出さん。
Well, that's not true.
景気は上向いてる
Though
が
I guess you won't know that for another like 24
銀行に弱みは
years.
見せられねえ。
社長、妨害に資金はありますか？我々の把握していない資金です。
よせやい。俺がそういう男に見えるかよ。俺の財布の中身はすべてお前らにさらしてるぜ。
I swear I've done no embezzling at all. I'm not. What do I look like,
我が
Kraus?
社のすべてだ。
なら金策が必要です。数百万ドル単位を引っ張れるスポンサーが大至急必要です。
社長の交友関係でなんとかなりませんでしょうか。社長
ああ、落ち着けてめえら。金策は俺が何とかする。お前らはガタガタせずに業務を維持
Just
し
gotta
ろ。
solve a funny little riddle and we'll have all the money in the world. Or die. Rudolph has an... I didn't know there was an Umineko stage play. Rudolph's actor in the stage play is hot? Oh no.
金さえ積めば向こうは許すと言ってるんだ。
I just hope he looks like a Yakuza character.
すでに俺たちはアジアに太いパイプを持ってる。いろいろ響くだろうが取引は維持できる。要は金さえ積めりゃ全て解決できる問題なんだ。見てろ、俺が全て解決する。
I guess you're right, Kaskin. There is a stage play for everything, but like... Umineko must be really hard to pull off as a stage play. Or maybe not, I don't know. Am I interested in checking out DNF Fighter? Yes, I do plan to soon.
無事に解決したらお前ら全員をシャンパンタワーでねぎらってやるぜ。
Rudolph's VA is Joe the Haze from Kamen Rider Black RX before he got bigger in voice acting. That's neat. I was actually going to start watching Kamen Rider Black soon. I had it acquired, let's say. Let's use the non-litigatable term.
約束する。
It is on my computer.
だから黙って俺についてこい。
I always thought Kamen Rider Black looked really cool, and he has a really good theme song, so I wanted to watch that one. The airplane suddenly shook, probably due to turbulence. Rudolph was jostled awake. It was all a dream! He'd woken early that morning and ended up drifting off to sleep while resting in his seat.
大丈夫?
To be fair, Sweet Creamy, even though I have no doubts that Rudolph is connected to big crimes, I do think they meant his absurdly rich family.
まだだいぶ眠い
For
ん
his
じゃないの?
personal connections there.
このところだいぶ仕事が忙しかったようだし。
仕事が忙しいなんて大いに結構じゃねえか。俺が暇になっちまったら 俺たち明日から路頭に迷うぜ。
そうね。バトラ君も帰ってきたんだから、二人で物乞いすればいいって問題じゃないわよ。
そうだな。6年ぶりに家族が揃ったんだからな。家族水入らずで過ごせるよう課長が頑張らねえとな。
When he looked out the window, he saw that the airplane had already started to drop in altitude considerably. The fishing boats, which had only looked like black cranes a short while ago, were starting to become clearly recognizable.
親父に土下座してげんこつ一発で1000万借りられるなら1ダースくらいもらっときてえところなんだが。
That would be a lot of yen.
さもなきゃ。
That would also be helpful for you.
散々すねをかじって今度は遺産目当てか。俺は地獄行きだな。
地獄。
そりゃこんな俺に親父も会いたくはないだろうよ。
I was gonna, yeah, what was I was gonna watch Kamen Rider Black after I finished Magic Knight Ray Earth. I'm like halfway through Ray Earth. It's pretty fun. It does like in the early episodes, it does a lot of like just messing around. Like they're on the quest to get all the big robot gods. And then they get one, and then there's like 5 or 6 episodes between the next one, and then like only 2 between the third one at the very end of the first half of the show, because they're like, oh, we ran out of time. Nanjo looked at Kinzo's face, sighing. Kinzo's eyes remained rooted to a strange book on magic. I love Kinzo's voice so much. Suck my bones! Kudaran! Nanjo shook his head slightly. To him, children and grandchildren were lovely things. He believed watching them grow was the only way to truly enjoy old age. So Kinzo's words were very saddening to Nanjo. That might be foreshadowing. When Kinzo raised his face, his gaze pointed at the portrait of the witch, which was respectfully displayed on the wall. Kinzo's mind didn't dwell for a moment on the fact that today was the family conference where all of his beloved relatives would gather. It was filled only by the face of the witch in the oil painting, who never smiled except inside the portrait. Everybody knew that interrupting Kinzo when he talked about Beatrice would trigger his wrath. And boy, does he go on about Beatrice. Oh.
儀式というよりは博打に近い。なぜならリスクを負わぬ魔法に奇跡は宿らぬからだ。
Nanjo had heard Kinzo say this many times before. You might even call it a pet phrase of Kinzo's. Kinzo apparently believed that magic and miracles could occur if you gambled your own fate with a certain amount of risk and triumphed. Today I will donate my money to Beatrice's stream. She will notice me this time for sure. The Golden Gambler and the Golden Witch. I like how Kinzo and Nanjo are like buddies. They have a little bit of banter.
魔法にたけぬお前にかかれば博打呼ばわりか。まあいい。
まあいい。
奇跡を信じる私が勝てば、お前の目には水郷にしか見えなかったであろう我が研究のすべてが、この日に結実したことをはっきりと理解できるだろう。お前が勝てば、見たままの通り、いつ迎えが来てもおかしくない年寄りの水郷に終わるだけだ。
一体どんなギャンブルを始めるやら。
You know, just the one that involves like 20 lives.
あなたの友人としてその賭けに、いや、儀式でしたか。その儀式にあなたが勝てるよう 心から
If only you knew, Nanjo, you wouldn't be saying that.
感謝する。
そういえば金蔵さん、今年の親族会議には懐かしい客がおられるそうです。
Oh god, yeah, he's talking about Battler. I wonder what Kinzo has to say about Battler.
何？
For once, Kinzo reacted to Nanjo's words and turned around.
ほら、ルドルフさんのところのバトラ君です。6年ぶりにおいでになるそうじゃありませんか。きっと立派になっていますよ。
なんだ、バトラか。
バトラか。
6年ぶり程度の客人など懐かしいなどと呼びは
I'm sure Kinzo has a lot of nice things to say about his grandson. After hearing Battler's name and making a disappointed and ill-humored expression, Kinzo turned his back again.
金蔵さんにとっての6年など、この部屋で研究に没頭すればあっという間のことでしょうからな。
本当に懐かしい客は。
I like how Kinzo is like, ooh, we're receiving a visit from someone important. He's like, oh, it's just my cringe grandson. Not my hot witch waifu.
すでにルーレットは回り始めている。
ルーレット。
ルージュか、ノワールか。今宵、ルーレットがどんな奇跡を見せてくれるのか楽しませてもらおうではないか。配当は大きいぞ。
Big money, baby, big money.
そして負ける気はせぬ。ベアトリーチェよ。我が賭けを受けるがいい。
At that time, the telephone on the table rang. The piercing sound seemed to irritate Kinzo, and he picked up the receiver to preserve the silence as much as he could.
何事か。私は忙しい。
I'm busy simping.
現時でございます。親族の皆様方が到着。
だからどうしたというのだ。適当に茶でも出せばよい。
かしこまりました。そのようにいたします。
Kinzo hung up the phone rudely. Looking at that, Nanjo sighed yet again and shifted his attention outside the window. As he is now, I doubt Kinzo would pay any heed to any sort of guest. Could any guest possibly make Kinzo come out when the time comes, as he said? Kinzo had a single person in mind, but that was a guest who certainly wouldn't appear. Nanjo stared at the witch of the portrait with her impassive expression, unable to decide whether she was smiling or sad, and then gazed up at the lead-colored sky. Good old Kinzo. I love stepping in with Kinzo. Oh! I love stepping in with Kinzo. Always our favorite insane person. Oh, we get a Beatrice moment? We're back in the void. So, are all the pieces in place? Oh, I got an achievement. Welcome back to Rokenjima. Shall we line them all up again and start a new game? Oh boy, who is she talking to? Oh, I see. We're back in the tea party room. The witch looked at him challengingly while elegantly smoking her pipe. And Battler? He just rudely shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care what she did. He didn't meet her eyes, but that didn't mean he didn't intend to challenge her. It showed her his clear determination to never be taken in by this bastard's tricks. It was an expression of his determination to fight. This is a good song. I choose not to think. That's right. What? It's white in chess that always moves first, right? Beatrice is playing the white pieces. This song is called Answer, but we're not in the answers yet. We're still in the questions. They did say the difficulty of this chapter is extreme.
ゲームを何度繰り返すかはわらわが決めるぞ。
Yeah, I can just keep doing it until you give up.
そしてわらわが勝ち、そなたが負けを認めるまで
It's an
何度でも繰り
never-ending
返される
spiral
ぞ。
into madness.
つまりこれは災難よ。そなたがわらわに屈服するまで続く永遠の災難。そなたがわらわを魔女の存在を認めるまで
How many times are you willing to watch your family die, Battler?
なら
That's a good face. That's a great face.
何度でも無限に付き合ってやるぜ。
That's an excellent. That is a wonderful face. 10 out of 10. I love that one.
意地の張り合いってやつでは負けた例がねえんだ。
どこぞの魔女にでも入れ知恵されたか。まあよい。
So I guess Burn Castle was talking directly to Battler.
さあ、おっ始めやがれ。
さあ、
さあ
始めようではないか。そなたの指し手はすでに知り尽くしておる。手の内を知られた守りなどたかが知れておる。同じ手でしのぎきれると思うでないぞ。
ベアトリーチェ、一つだけ最初に言っておくことがある。
なんだ。
お前が何をのたまおうと自由だ。だが俺が信じるかどうか常に俺が自分で決める。
俺が
貴様の魔法がどれほどのものだったとしても俺の魂は屈しない。これは俺への拷問だと。違うね。
ならばなんだというのか。
これはお前への拷問なのさ。
Yo, to the point. Objection.
それまで繰り返される拷問なのさ。
It's pretty raw.
面白いかな。その例えやよし。互いを苛み合う拷問とは実に面白い。
Yeah, it's torture for both of us. How fun.
さて、
We're both
始めよ
switches.
うではないか。
Wonder where he got that from? What, the point?
後ろ宮バトラー。
Ushiramiya Batara! Yeah, you're right. Yes, Sweet Creamy. I was well aware of that with the second tea party. Where it seemed like Burncastle was addressing me directly, the player, but also talking to Battler. It's very clear that there's kind of a blurred line there, and it intrigues me. Intriguing. Okay, before we jump into the game, I'm gonna take a very short break. It should be just a couple minutes, so please wait patiently and stare deeply into George's eyes. I'm back. I told you it would be short. I was thinking about something specifically, which is that it feels like part of maybe the metatextual aspect of this visual novel is the narration. Like, it feels like there's different people narrating at different times, especially in the Tea Party segment where the narration itself is calling Battler stupid. It feels like that's when Beatrice is in control. So it feels like part of the meta aspect of the story is like trying to control the actual like literal narrative. That's just a thought I had while I was on break, and I'm interested in seeing how true that is. Every year, the relatives visiting Rokenjima would let out a sigh of admiration at the rose garden that first greeted them. Have fun? That's a good hint. They would stop there to chat about the rose's beauty and how well they were blooming that year. In the midst of all this, there was a single unhealthy rose, and Maria became overwhelmed with dejection at its condition. But George used his quick wits, and, saying that everything would be fine if they took care of this poor thing, marked it with a candy wrapper and immediately restored Maria's good mood. Yeah, I wonder what happened to this rose. This seems important. Like, both literally and metaphorically. Then Battler, with whom she had been getting along well with since the morning, started talking about Halloween. This was such a favorite topic of Maria's that she began playing around energetically again. To Maria, that marshmallow jack-o'-lantern candy bought by her mother was probably the greatest sort of treasure. They seemed to have bought several, and she demanded a trick-or-treat from every person she met, giving them candy instead of the other way around.
マリアはどうしてこんなにハロウィンが好きなんだろうな。日本人には一つ馴染みにくいイベントだと思ってたんだが。
仮装行列で練り歩く子供のお祭りだからじゃねえのか。普段と違う格好をしてはしゃぎ合うってのは楽しいぜ。
多分僕はもう少しディープな理由によるものだと思うな。何しろ魔女のマリアちゃんだからね。
そういや、飛行場でもマリアは仮装するなら魔女になりたい
She
って
sure
言
does
って
love
いたっけ。
witches. It's her hyperfixation.
魔女が好きなんだ。
ええ、大好きよ。困ったくらいに。まあまあ。
I really like Jessica's like nervous smile face.
あのくらいの年頃はファンタジックな存在に憧れるもんですから。せめてテレビアニメのヒロインに憧れるくらいなら可愛いんだけど。
Yeah, Sailor Moon won't start for another few years. Judging by Rose's appearance, she wasn't very happy about her daughter's love for witches as a mother. What, you mean the blonde? That's Jessica. She's Battler's cousin? And the next in line after her father for control of the Ushiromiya family. The cousins, other than Battler, seemed to realize this, and they shrugged, wearing stiff smiles. Then the other lady is Rosa, Maria's mom.
魔女好きだとハロウィンも好きになるって論法なのか。わかんなきゃ本人に聞けばいいか。おいマリア、ハロウィンと魔女って何か関係あるのか。
Oh god, she's gonna info dump now. As Battler asked that, George and Jessica let out a stifled as if they were trying to stop him, but too late. Maria might have been waiting for just that question. After beaming for an instant, her expression turned a little mean, as if to say, "You're totally clueless, aren't you? You don't remember Maria having a mom in the last game? Rosa was there. Rosa was there in the first episode. Not for very long, but yeah, she died very quickly. It was the face of a hobbyist who's been ticked off by an outsider saying something stupid about their favorite subject. You don't know shit, Battler. What is this song?
ケルト人は1年間を通じてその勢い
The
を
Celts.
変える太陽は1年を通して生まれ育ち老いて死んでそして再び蘇ると考えていたの。
納得だな。春のか弱いポカポカした太陽がどんどん成長して暑いくらいになり、 次第に痩せ衰えていく様をなるほど太陽の一生と考えるのもうなずけるぜ。
Sure, death and rebirth is this season's thing. Lots of cultures have basically believed that.
だから彼らは10月の最後に太陽は死に、死の国で体を休めて冬至の日に再び蘇ると考えたの。それで太陽が1年の生涯を終えて死ぬその日を大晦日サメンと呼んでお祝いしたの。
Very what is it?
が長くなり出す
What's
冬
the
至の日
word?
を太陽の復活の日とする考え方はとても面白いよね。
Pagan, that's it. It's a pagan belief.
古代の人々がいかに
Yeah,
太陽
Rosa
を
was
神
one of
聖
the
視
first
していたかがわ
six.
かるエピソードだ
The
よ。
first six were Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, Shannon, Goda, and who am I forgetting? Kraus. It was Kraus. Kraus, Rosa, Rudolph, Kyrie, Shannon, and Goda.
でそれが魔女とどう関係があるんだ？
It seemed that my casual urging forward had slightly infuriated Maria. She glared at me with eyes that told me to shut up while she explained. Maria seemed to be having a blast as she talked, so I decided not to interrupt.
10月と11月の狭間は生と死が最も近くなる。
Okay.
ケルト人たちはこの時期に聖者の世界と死者やこの世ならざる者の世界が最も近づき、異界の住人たちがたくさん訪れると信じてたの。
Yeah, all the skeletons wake up and come say hi.
日本でいうお盆みたいなも
All
の
the
だよ。
character descriptions change episode to episode. Oh, maybe I should look. Okay. Kenzo, the aged head of the Ushiramiya family. Even though it has already been announced that he has just a few months to live, he is brimming with energy. Though he amassed a vast fortune in the past, he never made any announcements regarding the inheritance, which worries his children. He is strongly influenced by the West and is a rabid fan of the occult, his study packed with mysterious grimoires. Kraus. Kenzo's first child. As the oldest of the four siblings, he leads the family conference. However, the other siblings think he's trying to get all the inheritance for himself, and this further strains the tensions between them. He is a real estate investor and has put a lot of money into the development of a resort. However, his results have been harshly criticized. Natsuhi, Kraus's wife. She manages the household of the Ushiramiya head family in place of her husband, who takes little interest in such matters. She was in charge of all preparations and arrangements for this family conference. She possesses a strong sense of responsibility and a great deal of pride. However, neither her husband nor his siblings understand her very well, so her position is far from enviable. Jessica, Kraus and Natsuhi's daughter. In the absence of any irregularities, it is thought that she will eventually inherit the headship of the Ushiramiya family, or technically her husband will. However, she seems to have no interest in all of this. She was born with weak bronchi and is sometimes assailed by sudden asthma attacks. Attending physician Nanjo. Kinzo's attending physician and longtime friend. He once ran a hospital on Nijima, but he turned it over to his son and now enjoys his old age in peace. Now that Kinzo's constant suspicion has reached extraordinary heights, Nanjo is one of the very few people he trusts. Thanks to Nanjo's big-hearted nature, he has been able to continue his friendship with Kinzo despite the latter's tendency to fly into a rage at the slightest provocation. Eva, Kinzo's second child. She is hostile towards her brother Kraus and opposes him whenever she can, from issues dealing with family fortune to the question of who will succeed the family headship. Normally, she would have lost her place in the Ushiramiya family register upon her marriage, but she managed to forcibly overcome this by having her husband take her family name. Hideyoshi, Eva's husband. He took his wife's name upon their marriage and became a member of the Ushiramiya family. He therefore does not possess the spiteful genes passed down the Ushiramiya family members, and his bright smile is very refreshing at the family conference. Being a horrible person is genetic. He started his business from scratch now and works as the president of a medium-sized restaurant chain. This chain seems to be growing and performing extremely well. George, Eva and Hideyoshi's son. An affable young man liked by everyone in the family. He is currently studying as an assistant for his father's company, and it seems he dreams of making it on his own one day. As the oldest of the 4 cousins, he acts as their leader and arbitrator. Hi, Beatrice. The Golden Witch, who has lived for 1,000 years. She has surpassed the limits of humans, and like demons, will sometimes appear in response to the summons made by humans to offer her power in exchange for a price. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence. Rudolph, Kinzo's 3rd child. Along with his sister Eva, he intends to make his voice heard during the family conference to prevent their oldest sibling Kraus from keeping all of their father's wealth for himself. His former wife, Asumu, passed away 6 years ago, and he married his current wife, Kyrie, shortly after that. He definitely wasn't cheating on Asumu with Kyrie, no sir. Rudolph's 2nd wife, Kyrie. She had already worked alongside him for some time before the death of his 4th wife. I'm Daffy Duck. At which time she openly took the position of his wife. She has served as Rudolph's right hand in several shady pieces of business, guiding them to success. She is quick-thinking and well-trusted by her husband. Battler, the son of Rudolph and his 1st wife Asumu. When his father married a 2nd wife shortly after Asumu's death, Battler rebelled and went to live with his grandparents on his mother's side. However, both of these grandparents passed away, and he has now returned to the Ushiromiya family after 6 years. This family conference is a chance for him to renew his friendship with his cousins after a 6-year gap. Genji, the leader of the servants who work for the Ushiromiya family. He has served Kinzo longer than any other and is the person most trusted by that old man. Since he serves Kinzo directly, Kraus and Natsuhi think of him as being a spy for Kinzo. Rosa, Kinzo's 4th child. She is by far the youngest of the 4 siblings. It seems that this gives her a weaker position at the family conference. She manages the design company, but she has yet to start taking it seriously, and its financial situation is far from favorable. Maria, Rosa's daughter. Her father's identity is unknown. She can't shake off the habit of speaking like a young child, which often earns her a scolding. She has no interest in studying or making friends, but is very interested in things concerning the occult and black magic. Thanks to her excellent powers of memorization, she knows all kinds of obscure trivia. Shannon, a young but experienced servant. She's normally calm and performs her job efficiently, but she messes up when she gets nervous. Furthermore, Shannon is nothing more than a pseudonym that she uses when on duty, not her real name. Canon, a young servant. He performs his duties silently and vigilantly, but he is not so highly regarded as a servant due to his unsociable nature. There are multiple other servants with On character in their pseudonyms. He and Shannon just happen to be the ones on duty that day. Hello, Griffith from Berserk. Goda, a servant hired as a cook. He hasn't served this family long, but through his earlier jobs and previous experience, he has cultivated a talent for entertaining guests. Because of this, he is very highly regarded as a servant. Kumasawa. This elderly woman is a part-timer who, though she has quit her job several times along the way, has served the family for a great many years in total. She is crafty and more than competent when it comes to performing her duties, but because of her chattiness and love of rumors, she is not highly regarded as a servant. I didn't realize she had quit a few times. Anyways, back to Maria interest dumping. At the time, people believed that souls returning to the physical world would go into people's houses or possess people and do bad things. So in order to avoid them, they performed rituals. One of those was to imitate a creepy monster and scare the souls back, which was apparently a way to avoid being possessed. Halloween!
マリアは本当に物知りだぜ。
ほんまやな。わしもハロウィンに備えな言われがあるなんて知らんかったわ。
しかし、それのどこにお菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞってのが出てくるんだ?
Her knowledge was so extensive that the adults had suddenly started listening in too. Maria, who was normally treated like the youngest of all the time, puffed out her chest with pride. Saying that this was just a kids' discussion, Rosa suggested that the adults go on ahead and set their luggage down in the guest house, but nobody else agreed to go with her, and she let out a heavy sigh. Owned Rosa. Nobody listens to Rosa.
本 来のケルト人たちの儀式とは何の関係もない。
Nothing to do with it, huh?
それは後にキリスト教の習慣が混合してできたものなの。でもマリアは本来のハロウィンの姿とはそうあるべきだと思うの。
According to Maria, the souls of the dead weren't the only ones who visited from the non-human world. There were also spirits with intimate connections to people's everyday lives. Humans could receive favors from those spirits, so they'd manage to gain magnificent blessings, as well as a year's worth of good crops.
つまりハロウィンってのは収穫祭の意味も少し
Yeah,
はあ
that's
った
why
わけ
that's
か
why you go into the corn maze.
なるほどな。
They go to the corn maze. That's part of the
10月ってのは
it's
季
part
節
of
的にも
the
いろいろ
harvest
節目っ
festival,
て気
right?
がするぜ。日本の4月のちょうど反対側だもんな。うん、なるほど。霧りはいいかもしれねえな。
うん。そしてね、魔女たちはね、その時期に魔女集会サバトを開いたの。
Oh, everybody loves a
魔
good
女たち
Sabbath.
は豊かな恵みをもたらしてくれた精霊たちに感謝し、ねぎらったの。
ハロウィンの仮装は向こうから来る客人たちの模倣。つまり彼らにお菓子を施すのは一年の収穫への感謝の気持ちがあってもいいわけだね。
うん。ジョージお兄ちゃんの言う通り。
つまりハロウィンはこの世とあの世の交流のある時期ってわけなんだな。それでつまり
I would like to remind you that it's still October 4th. We're a few weeks away from the main event, I think.
そう言いたいわけか。
おう、バトラの言う通り。だからね。
I guess it could be all October. What?
魔女たちや悪魔たちの力が最も活発で盛んになるのが10月なの。きっとベアトリーチェも来てくれる。そしてね、一緒にマシュマロお菓子食べて、マリアも黄金鏡に
Wow, it's weird how you already know all this stuff.
一緒に魔法のお歌を歌って、魔法の呪文を習って、魔法陣の書き方を習うの。
It's weird how you already know about the Golden Land.
ルーンの秘密を習って、早くマリアを立派な魔女にしてもらうの。
あらあら、それは素敵ね。子供は夢があるのが一番よ。ところでローザ
Rose is like, I hate it when my kid has dreams.
マリアちゃんは今年でいくつになったんだったかしら。
マリア、もうそのお話は終わりにしなさい。
気にしないでローザさん。女の子なら誰だって一度は思い描く夢じゃない。
ありがとうございます。でももうマリアはそういう年を卒業
Sure,
していますので。
she really hasn't, actually.
ほら、やめなさいと言ってるでしょ。
Rosa scolded Maria, trying to shut her up before the cheery discussion about black magic earned her the snickers of the relatives. I like a snicker.
そいつはなんだかスケールのでかい話だな。ところでベアトリーチェって誰だっけ？なんだっけ？聞いた名前だな。
I guess Maria kind of already knew about the Golden Land in the first chapter, but she only started talking about it after we saw the painting the first time. Battler had been gone for 6 years and had completely forgotten about the legend of the Rokenjima witch. However, when he said he didn't know Beatrice's name, Maria's once bright mood soured in an instant. When he saw that, Battler immediately remembered that it was the name of the witch of this island, but the damage had been done. Until Maria's mood improved, she went on and on about many mysterious and fabulous episodes regarding the Golden Witch.
もうよしなさいマリア。ありがとうねバトラ君。お話に付き合ってくれて。カノン君、お仕事があるんでしょ。もう行ってちょうだい。ゴーダさん、みんなとりあえず荷物を置きたがってると思うの。悪いんだけど、みんなをゲストハウスへ案内してくれるかしら。
Everybody stop looking at my daughter having interests. It's embarrassing me specifically.
それでは皆様、ゲストハウスへご案内いたします。
それでは失礼いたします。
go to the relatives, and they began to head towards the guest house. They were eager to set down their luggage and take a breather, so they didn't realize that Rosa and Maria weren't coming with them. Uh-oh. Cannon didn't drop his stuff this time, so he didn't have to get all flustered when Battler picked it up for him. After watching them leave towards the guest house, Rosa's face changed suddenly. She let go with the hand that had been gripping Maria this whole time. There was a bright red mark there, making it clear how much excessive force she had been using on Maria's slender arm. Ugh. So soon? That hand then slapped against Maria's head, pinched her left ear, and lifted.
魔女の話はするなといつも言ってるでしょうが、それはママとの約束だといつも言っているでしょ。ママ痛い、ママ痛い、痛い、痛い、痛い。ハロウィン、ハロウィン、うるさいのよあんたは。
Well, this you went psycho like 5 minutes ago, Rosa. Let's have some self-control a
ケ
little
ルト
bit.
人が何よ、黒魔術が何よ、バカじゃないの。あんた9歳よ、9歳。電車であんなに騒ぐから、わざわざ電車降りてまでその蛍光塗料みたいな気持ち悪いお化けマシュマロを買ってやったのよ。遅刻してまであんたに買ってやったのよ。あんたどこまで私の顔を潰せば気が済むのよ。
As Rosa cursed, she twisted Maria's ear up, almost as though she was about to tear it off. An expression of anguish spread across Maria's face while she frantically stood up on her tiptoes, trying to soften the pain in that ear. Rosa suddenly grabbed the candy that Maria had been holding. She threw it on the ground and stepped on it over and over. To Maria, it was supposed to be proof of a memory, of a brief span of time when her mother had bought something fun for her. But now, that same mother was grinding it into the ground right in front of her. It was as though a brand had been pushed into Maria's eyes, leaving a mark that could never be erased. I have to move Supreme Cannon down here a little bit. He's blocking some of the text.
あんたがそんなんだから、あんたがそうなんだから。気持ち悪い、気持ち悪い、気持ち悪い。
As she said that, she struck Maria's head over and over again with her palm. She didn't hit Maria's face, because the red swelling would stand out. Oh boy. Maria closed her eyes tightly, patiently bearing her mother's violence. No, that wasn't quite it. She kept bearing Rosa's assault, muttering that over and over.
だから、その魔女ってのをやめろっつってんのよ。この
Rosa, tired from it? You ever hit your child so much you get tired? Breathed so hard her shoulders shook. Maria grasped her hands together, withstanding it, hoping her mother would return soon.
早く帰ってきて。マリアを助けてよ、ママ。悪い魔女をやっつけてよ。いつまでもそこでそうしていなさい。そしてそこで魔女でもハロウィンでもいつまでもブツブツ一人で言ってればいいのよ。
After hurling those words at Maria, Rosa left in the direction of the guest house, leaving Maria behind. Maria, forgetting that even that it was okay to cry, kept staring down at the jack-o'-lantern candy that had been trampled beyond recognition. Very cool. These are coming hard and fast now, aren't they?
あら、ローザ。どこ行ってたの？
ごめんなさい。バラが素敵だったもので、ついつい。
That is the worst lie yet.
ローザ、早く荷物を置いてこいよ。兄貴んとこへ挨拶に行こうぜ。
ん？マリアちゃんはどうしたんや？まだ花壇におるんかいな。
ええ。気に入ったバラがあるみたいで、世話をするって言って聞かなくて。しばらくは好きにさせることにしました。
女の子には女の子の世界があったことを、時には尊重してあげないとね。
そうね。
Sure.
お気遣いをありがとう、キリエ姉さん。ゴーダさん、私たちの部屋はどこ？
ご案内いたします。こちらでございます。お荷物をお持ちいたしましょう。
結構よ。自分で持てます。ありがとう。
Quick, it's just past this filtered JPEG. Rosa went into her room, guided by Godo. She then closed the door somewhat violently and threw her luggage on top of the bed. She got down on her knees in front of the bed, burying her face in it. For a while, Rosa made as if to shred the sheets with her fingernails, sobbing constantly. Canon appeared from behind a thicket after watching Rosa leave. Yeah, you sound fine. Maria gives a creepy laugh, but to Canon, who had seen the whole thing, it looked like she was enduring as best as she could.
あれで母親なんて。
仕方ないよ。その程度の器にはその程度のが入り込む。マリアは全然平気だよ。
Canon got down on his knees and picked up the trampled candy. It was tragic just looking at it. He thought about dusting it off and returning it to her, but really couldn't do so with it in that condition. Just as he was wondering what to do, he met Maria's gaze. No, that wasn't quite right. Maria was looking at the candy Canon had picked up. Right now, Maria's heart was surely the same as the candy that had been trampled into a pulp. Canon realized this, but didn't know what he should do.
そうだ。さっき僕がもらったのと交換してあげるよ。
Canon remembered that a similar candy he'd received from Maria was in his pocket. Maria stuck out her hand. Canon thought she was trying to take it, so he held out the candy, but Maria didn't try to grasp it. Then Canon realized. She was saying, give it back. No matter how tragic and trampled it was, this candy was Maria's. Her mother had bought it for her. No matter how tragic, it had to be this candy and no other. If only it were intact enough that it could be fixed by dusting it off. Canon hung his head. Well, you're trying a little bit, and I respect that. You're being much nicer to Maria than Shannon. Canon held out the miserable-looking candy Maria wanted. She took it and spoke. The candy is a metaphor, I get it.
マリア様はベアトリーチェ様のことをご存知なのですか?
Except for Battler, there was no way anyone related to the Ushiromiya family could have failed to know Beatrice's name. But just now, Maria had bragged about Beatrice to Battler. She had spoken almost as though she was meeting with Beatrice regularly. Canon felt a sharp pain in his left hand, which was curled into a fist. In the past, a witch called Beatrice had appeared to tempt him and Shannon. He'd always tried to think of it as a bad dream. However, Shannon insisted that it definitely was a real witch. And then, this summer, the shrine to the local Shinto god was hit by lightning, disappearing without a trace over the span of a single night. He knew about Shannon breaking that mirror, and he remembered that as the witch departed, she'd said she'd eventually be revived. And now, this girl who believed absolutely in Beatrice spoke as though she'd met Beatrice herself. Canon couldn't suppress a vague sense of foreboding welling up in his heart. Can't imagine why. Can't imagine, almost like that heart will be stabbed very soon. For a moment, Maria remained silent, as though she could see into Canon's heart. Almost as though she was waiting for a memory of Beatrice to be revived. And then she spoke as though it was a fact.
マリアはね、ベアトリーチェとお友達なの。今日だって会って一緒に遊ぶよ。
It's almost like you knew because these things happened already. It's like we're in some sort of funny loop.
遊びますか?
うん、遊ぶよ。一緒にね、魔法のお勉強をするの。
You knew? Does she know? The face of that witch whom Kennen had tried to pretend was a bad dream began to slowly creep back into the back of his mind. Spooky.
お父様は研究で大変ご多忙と仰せです。残念ながら
He will not be
こちら
leaving
へは
his
おいで
man
になれ
cave.
ないとのことです。
やれやれ。こっちとら秋の大忙しの中、日程をつけて、はるばる六軒島まで来てるんだぜ。親父も少しは愛想を良くしてもらいたいもんだぜ。
ほんとよね。南條先生、本当に研究や機嫌の問題なの？ベッドから起き上がれないくらいに容体が悪いって言うんじゃないの？
言うないの？
さて、どうでしょうかな。私の口からは何とも。
Nanjo glanced at Natsuhi. It seemed he thought it wasn't his place to speak without first getting Natsuhi's approval.
お父様はますますにご健康でいらっしゃいます。寝たきりなどと失礼極まりない。
Yeah, he's definitely not insane and dying.
でも余命3ヶ月なんでしょ？
Allegedly.
普通に考えれば痩せ衰えてベッドからも起きられないはずよ。でしょ、南條先生？
波の患者ならそうでしょうがな。
But your dad's a genetic freak and not normal.
金蔵さんは並外れた気力をお持ちです。あの気迫にお迎えも恐れて近寄れないのかもしれませんな。
それほどまでにお元気なら少なくとも安心ね。
そこまで元気なら、せめて挨拶くらいはさせてほしいもんなんだがな。親族会議ってのは親父の顔を見に来たって意味なんだぜ。これじゃあ何のために来たのかわからねえぜ。
そう言うな。いればいたで心が休まらないといつもぼやくのだろう。
That's right, Rudolph complains no matter what.
兄弟一同水入らずで今年も全員欠けることなく集まれたことを喜ぼうじゃないかね。
昨年の親族会議でも会えなかったのよ。血を分けた子供たちが2年ぶりに挨拶したいというのがどうして理解してもらえないのかしら。
挨拶の言葉があるのでしたら私どもがお伝えします。それともエヴァさん、何かお父様にお会いして挨拶以上のお話でもあられるのですか？
いやね、何の話よ。
いやね。
予算かエヴァ。夏井さん、カニンな。エヴァも娘としてお父さんの病状が不安なだけなんや。
Sure she is.
ちょいと気持ち
She's
を
very
汲み取ってな。
concerned.
その通りだな。エヴァは親父殿が嫁を宣告されてから急に親孝行をするようになったじゃないか。なるほど。その姿をぜひ見てもらいたいという気持ちもわからなくない。
何が言いたいのよ。
よせよ姉貴。晩飯までには機嫌を直してくれるよう祈ろうじゃねえか。それに俺たちは到着したばかり。まずは軽く挨拶に訪れただけだぜ。親族会議は親父抜きだってできる。いや、兄弟で意見を統一してからじゃなきゃ話せねえことだっていろいろあるはずだぜ。
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I don't sense any unified opinion on the horizon here.
そうや。ルドルフ君の言う通りや。わしらが全員顔を揃えるのは年に一度しかない。貴重な時間を大事にし、忌憚ない話し合いをせんといかん。
Even though the tea hadn't yet arrived, they were very determined.
でもその前に本家の素晴らしい調度品に囲まれた客間でのんびりと紅茶を楽しむゆとりがあってもいいんじゃないかしら。
Kyrie's words seemed to contain a subtle admonition directed at everyone gathered there. They all understood, and as they cleared their throats and straightened their neckties, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal for a time. For a time. For a little bit. Just a tiny time.
失礼します。お茶をお持ちいたしました。
よー、シャノンちゃん。 ますますべっぴんさんになったな。
Shannon entered the parlor, pushing the serving cart. Everyone decided to relax and enjoy some black tea for the time being. A wonderful aroma began to spread throughout the room. Who doesn't love some good old black tea? Black tea is one of my favorites. And far as anyone could see, the strained atmosphere from before Shannon's arrival seemed like a lie. Of course, Shannon, who was setting out the tea, probably didn't even notice. Kyrie seemed to laugh faintly at how adult everyone was suddenly acting. Rudolph didn't like it when Kyrie took the initiative and spoke at the family conference. It was his worthless male pride. He probably didn't want to look like a weak man who took advice from his wife. She understood that and did her best to refrain from saying any more than was necessary. I refuse to look like a beta cuck. So she separated herself from the circle of siblings who only superficially appeared to be enjoying some time together alone, and casually drank her tea near the window.
あら、ローザさん。兄弟で水いらずなのでは？
ご冗談を。
ごめんなさい。気を悪くしないで。うちの夫に呆れてるだけだから。
Aren't we all? Rudolph seems fairly exasperating in general. Apparently, Rosa hadn't been able to keep up with that on-the-surface friendliness. They'd come here to fight bloodily and dirtily, each trying to grab a part of the inheritance for themselves. She probably didn't like suddenly pretending that they were all chummy. Or maybe she was still too immature for that.
だいぶ風が出てきているようですね。枝葉があんなに揺れて。
もう台風が近くまで来ているのでしょうね。今夜あたりからはだいぶ降るのかしら。
マリアちゃん、この1年でずいぶん立派になりましたね。
そう見えます？未だに自分のお洋服を畳むことすらできないんですよ。
I don't know. That's not that weird for a 9-year-old.
こんなにも愛情たっぷりなお母さんと一緒なんですもの。
Sure.
心の豊かな子に成長します
よ。Sure she will. Rosa fell silent. Maybe she was unsure as to what Kyrie meant by that.
私なんて母親失格です。
You sure are. At least you admit it.
子に生まれる親は選べない。あの子がかわいそうで。
お互い様じゃないですか。親だって生まれる子は選べない。
Rosa bit her lower lip.
どちらが悪いとかじゃなくて、一緒に生きていくんだという気持ちで、ゆっくり成長を見守ってあげればいいじゃないですか。ローザさんは毎日をマリアちゃんと過ごしてるから、小さな変化に気づかないかもしれないけれど、1年ぶりに再会した私たちには、その大きな成長ぶりがよくわかりますよ。
もし本気で言ってくれてるならありがとうございます。
それでは失礼いたします。ご用がありましたらいつでもお呼びつけください。
Shannon bowed politely and left the room, as Hideyoshi and Rudolph, who had a soft spot for women, watched her go. The atmosphere in the room began to revert back to what it had been right before Shannon's visit.
お父様がいらっしゃられないなら、それはそれでできる話もあるというものよ。
We can always have fun arguing over who should get that money. How exciting for everybody. What a good time.
ああ、そうだな。俺たちははるばるここまで誇りの匂いがする紅茶を飲みに来たわけじゃねえぜ。
よかろう。1秒を争ってお前たちがしたいという話を聞こうじゃないか。
やれやれ。たくましい人たちね。早速始めたわ。
私も加わらないといけない。
I guess Rosa wasn't super involved in this conversation, was it? Was she?
私が主張しないと4人兄弟であることをすぐ忘れるから。
I mean, she was a
あな
little
たも
bit.
大変ね。ちょっと言葉を選ばなかったかしら。ごめんなさい。
ううん。気にしてません。こちらこそごめんなさい。私たち互いに娘を持つ母親同士なんだから、もっと交流しなきゃいけないのに。
What? Who's the daughter?
いつも会えば変な話ばかりで。
この屋敷の空気のせいよ。
Does Kyrie have... Oh yeah, that's right. Kyrie does have a daughter.
ここの空気を
From
嗅ぐと
before marrying Rudolph.
いつも私たちはギスギスし合ってる
She
の
said
ね。
she couldn't make it to the conference. That's right.
ローザさんとは親族会議じゃない席で一度ゆっくりお茶でも飲みたいわ。銀座に行きつけの素敵な喫茶店があるの。ぜひ今度招待させて。
They're besties now.
ありがとうキリエさん。その時はぜひ。
いやーね。
Yeah, Ange. That was her name, right?
急に空が暗くなってきたわ。まるでこの部屋の人たちが天気を悪くしてるみたい。もうゴロゴロ鳴ってるわ。あら、ぽつりと来たかしら。
There really was a small splashes of rain on the glass of the parlor window. The weather seemed to have worsened faster than expected. Just then, a silent thunderbolt struck inside Rose's head, and she remembered that her beloved child was out in the rose garden. Whoops! Forgot my daughter again! A normal girl would try to go inside if the weather got bad, but Maria was different. She's built different. She would sometimes get stubborn and refuse to move if rain or even spears fell from the sky. That's right, I told that child to just stay there doing that forever, didn't I? Whoopsie! Whoopsie! Everyone looked back at Rosa when she let out a small scream. So this is happening earlier than last time.
ごめんなさい。ちょっと表に行ってきます。
Or maybe it's just something we didn't see that time.
なんだなんだ。どうしたってんだあいつ。
いいじゃない。すぐ戻るわよ。それより始めたら私たちの本題。
そうね。ローザ抜きでも進められる話よ。話を戻しましょう。
Rosa dashed from the entrance hall into the rose garden. When she opened the door, the wind that hit her was too strong to be called a light breeze, and told her that the typhoon was approaching faster than she'd thought. Just as Kyrie had said, the wind was mixed in with small droplets of rain. The droplets! There were also a low rumble of thunder. It could start raining any time. Rosa headed for the rose garden. She headed for the place where she had scolded Maria a short while ago. It was almost lunchtime. The children had been told to come to the mansion around lunchtime, so they were probably in the guest house waiting to be called. Even if Maria didn't come to them, they would surely think I took her to the mansion with me and wouldn't worry much. After all, she had been with her mother, so there should have been no reason to worry. For sure, yeah. I was here and I abandoned my daughter to the worsening weather. I was right. She was still standing stock still, exactly the same way she had been in the place where I had scolded her. Held in her hand was the candy that I'd bought, given her, and then stepped on and crushed. With that gripped in her hand, she stood there as the powerful winds whipped her hair about, tormenting her. Rosa does it again. A+ Mom of the Year. Let's go.
おかえり。マリア、ママが帰ってくるのずっと待ってた。怖い魔女につねられたけど我慢してママが帰ってくるの泣かずに待ってた。マリア、ママを許して。
It's like twice in one day. Can we go on 3?
ママは悪くないの。また悪い魔女に取りつかれただけなの。だから平気。ママ大好き。愛してる。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。悪い魔女に負けた。ママを許して。
You sure lose a lot. Rosa buried her face in Maria's small chest, crying and begging forgiveness, and once again those tears dripped down after who knows how many times. If only the brilliant sun had been shining on the two of them, all of their cares would have evaporated, and it might have felt like they could begin anew. However, what surrounded the two of them was the worsening weather. Sadly, there were only fierce winds with occasional thunder. The sound of Maria sniffling brought Rosa to her senses. If Maria stood exposed to the wind for too long, she'd probably catch a cold.
さあマリア、もうすぐお昼よ。ママと一緒にお屋敷に行きましょう。行かない。どうして？
Rosa thought she'd already received Maria's forgiveness, so she hadn't imagined Maria would refuse. But that expression on Maria's face didn't look like that of a child resisting her mother. So Rosa couldn't understand why Maria wanted to stand still pointlessly as the weather grew even worse. Maria answered that question.
ベアトリーチェがね、もうすぐ来るの。
Yeah.
だから待ってるの。
Maria.
Sure seems like you know things are gonna happen before they happen, Maria. I wonder why that is. Rosa struggled to find words for a moment, then fell silent. They'd only just managed to make up, after all. She chose her words carefully, trying to get Maria to come with her to the mansion without denying the witch outright.
ベアトリーチェが来るの？さあ、ならここじゃなくてお屋敷の中で待ちましょう。いつまでもこんな風の中にいたら風邪をひいてしまうわ。
来る！ベアトリーチェは来る！そしたらね、ベアトリーチェにね、お菓子あげるの。トリックオアトリートするの。ジャック・オーランタンのマシュマロお菓子あげて、ハッピーハロウィンって言うの。
I like how the English words are in those brackets. Maria pulled yet another sweet out of her handbag, moaning, ooh, ooh. Rosa was bewildered and didn't know what to do as Maria started being difficult again. At that time, there was a sudden blast of thunder. It was probably a sign. A sign that this island had been sealed off by the storm, detached from common sense and reality. So after this moment, all common sense would probably cease to apply. The wind blew even stronger, and amidst that blizzard of scattered rose petals, a figure appeared, leaving Rosa unable to imagine that this was a scene from reality. It was probably, no, definitely, fantastical. After all, that shadow of a person was... Oh, alright, we're just doing this, huh? Whoa, she's in that outfit. I've seen her in this outfit. I don't know why she's wearing that, though. Is this like her business outfit? I've seen this outfit in like pictures before. I don't know what the context is for it though. I don't know why she wears it over her dress. Is this just like, I'm going to try wearing modern clothes, maybe? I guess she'll probably say. Maria dashed over to the shadow. Normally, Rosa would scold her daughter if she dashed over to someone whom she hadn't seen before and didn't know. But Rosa forgot to do that and was unable to do anything but stand there stunned.
久しぶりよ。元気であったか？
マリアは元気。
She keeps saying it's been quite some time to people she should be only meeting first time. I just don't know what this could mean.
魔女は呪いにて風邪をひかせはするが、自らが引いてはなんとも間抜けな話よ。せいぜい自らが風邪をひくことなどないよ。
Yeah, she's not wearing her dress.
これからも精進するがいい。
She patted Maria's head as she said this, smiling roguishly. Rosa couldn't have known the name of the woman who was helpfully spoiling Maria. However, Maria had called it out at the beginning when the woman appeared. So even though Rosa had never met her, even though the woman still hadn't introduced herself, Rosa was able to know her name. However, that name held a special meaning on Rokenjima and in the Ushiromiya family. There's no way something that stupid could be...
ベアトリーチェ、ハッピーハロウィン。ほら、買ったの。ベアトにもあげる。
ハッピーハロウィン。
I wonder if it's, if we can see the full outfit in her... No, okay. Maybe not yet.
ほう、これをわらわにとな。 天国にも地獄にも行けず、煉獄の闇にてさまよう男の唯一の明かりも、こうして歌詞となれば実に可愛い。
No, actually, I'm pretty sure it's made of marshmallow, but okay.
人の世とも、人ならざる者との世とも切り離された今のこの島で、これほどふさわしい歌詞はないかもしれぬな。ん？マリア、それはどうしたのか？
Oh, please do tell her. The witch noticed that sweet Maria was grasping. It was Maria's candy, which had been stomped on by Rosa until it reached this pitiful state.
おお、踏んづけて潰れちゃった。ベアとは元に戻せる？
Maria didn't go so far as to say that it was her mother who'd stepped on it. However, for some reason, when the witch saw that candy, she looked at Rosa and grinned. A chill went down Rosa's spine as though this gaze was staring straight through her.
たやすいことよ。貸すがよい。
Maria held the candy out gleefully. Rosa could do nothing but watch, stunned. How did this person plan to trick Maria, somehow undoing the fact that the candy had been pitifully trampled? Maria looked as though she believed it could be fixed good as new. Without real magic, there was no way such a thing could be possible.
これは見事に潰れているな。さあさあマリア、目を閉じて思い出してごらんなさい。本当はあんなにも素敵なお菓子だったから、思い出の中のお菓子はいつもふっくら。だからあなたも思い出してごらんなさい。本当はどんなお菓子だったのか。
Note. Along with those strange words spoken as though singing an improvised folk song, the witch threw the sweet into the air. Oh yeah, I should look at the pachinko sprite for this outfit. Maria was closing her eyes and remembering just as the witch had told her to. What shape had that crushed candy really had? Therefore, only Rosa saw that scene. The sweet that had been thrown in the air burst into a gold color. No, that wasn't it. Those were golden butterflies. It scattered into several golden butterflies, and they began to gather at the witch's hand, which was held up to the sky. And as she did this, unbelievably, it returned to its beautiful original form, no different from when it had been bought. Only Rosa and the witch witnessed that scene. Unable to comprehend that was occurring right before her eyes, Rosa stood with her mouth hanging open, completely forgetting to shut it. Okay, let's look. Oh, she has a little cane in this one. That's cool. I like this outfit. It's cute. Rosa gets trolled? That is what that face looks like, isn't it? Oh, I guess you can't see it, but you can like barely see the corner of her cane in this sprite too.
受け取るがよい。これでそなたの歌詞も元通りだ。
ベアトリーチェはいつも
すごい。There was a stark contrast between Rosa's shock and Maria's innocent joy. Was that what the witch was laughing at? A smile floated to Beatrice's face, one different from the smile she'd shown Maria.
わらわの顔がそうまじまじと見られては穴も開こうぞ。
Take a picture, it'll last longer. Or not.
ごめんなさい。
I'm 1,000 years old. Those words triggered something very clearly in Rosa's mind. Rosa knew this face. She knew it from the portrait of the witch. But no, wait, could this mystery woman really be?
マリア、この歌詞の代わりに、そなたにはこれを。
Ah, the letter.
手紙？
The witch pulled a western envelope from her pocket and gave it to Maria. However, when Maria made to open it, the witch stopped her.
ならぬ。それを開けるときはすぐに訪れるわ。それまで決して開けて
I
は
wonder
な
if
ら
it'll say anything different this time.
大事に持っているがよい。そなたを黄金鏡へいざなう招待状となろう。
黄金鏡？
That's right.
やっと連れてってくれるんだね。
You play it and then you can pull any golden land card from your deck to your hand if you pay 800 life points. We're gonna summon Eldritch back from the graveyard.
大事にしまっておくのだぞ。誰にも見せてはならぬ。
守る。魔女との約束は絶対に守る。
そしてこれは
私
She probably had imagined that the witch would speak to her, too. Rosa was bewildered by the second Western envelope, which was thrust before— oh, we got two now. She'd seen this type of envelope before. There could be no mistake. It was one of Kinzo's special envelopes used when he wrote with his own hand and bearing the Ushiromiya family crest. It was sealed with red sealing wax, and furthermore, it had a mark that seemed to have been made by the head's ring. But Kinzo hasn't thrown away the ring yet. In other words, even without asking what was inside this letter, Rosa knew that this woman, whom Maria called Beatrice, was trusted enough to be placed in charge of a personal letter of the current Uchiromiya head.
4兄弟の誰でもよかった。だが、ここでそなたと出会ったということは、
The roulette!
金蔵のルーレットがそなたを選んだということなのだろう。ならば受け取るがよい。そしてその中身を、全兄弟の揃う晩餐の席上で読み上げよ。
Rosa looked back and forth several times between the witch's face and the envelope that had been handed to her. Today was the family conference, and the biggest object of discussion would be the inheritance problem. So, she had joined together with Eva and Rudolph, and they planned to force a certain condition on Kraus to try and extort several 100 million yen in cash out of him. It was as if the witch could see through all of that. What does she intend to announce when all of us siblings are gathered? And with a personal envelope that no one but the Ushiromiya head can use.
マリア、天気が崩れるぞ。ゲストハウスへ戻り、昼を待つがよい。
Yeah, we're way ahead of schedule right now.
それではローザ、後ほど。
Oh, I'm sure you will. It'll be great.
その席で改めて。
It'll be great when you meet again. You'll have a wonderful time. The witch turned her back to her, laughing. Then, she began to head towards the mansion with an air of composure. I know! Beatrice is getting better at her speedruns. Maria energetically called out and watched her go, then began to dash towards the guest house, leaving Rosa behind. As though she wanted to inform the other cousins of her fortunate meeting with the witch as soon as she could. At last, Rosa was left alone in the rose garden as the winds grew stronger, unable to do anything but pray that what happened was be just a daydream. Oops. Well, that's fun, isn't it? When the witch reached the entrance hall, Genji could be seen there. Oh, we're just going on through. Genji welcomed the guest approaching from the entrance hall with a respectful bow. All right, we're just Beatrice all the way. I thought she would I thought she was like, all right, I'm gonna disappear till dinner, but no, we're just chilling.
大分ではないか。
どれほどに老いようとも、家具は家具らしく。
Again with the furniture thing.
お務めを果たすのみでございます。
Oh yeah, it did make the update sound, didn't it? This outfit is so cute. Yeah, you can like barely see the tip of her cane in the right corner. Beatrice, the mysterious visitor and 19th person who appeared on the day of the family conference. She goes by the same name as the Golden Witch who gave the gold to Kinzo. That's a very specific wording that seems important. Not that she is the same Golden Witch, she goes by the same name. Her reasons for visiting are unknown. She was ushered into the VIP room, which no one has been allowed to use in the past. Yeah, you can like... In the original sprite, you can like barely see the tip of the cane at the very edge of the screen, like she's leaning on it.
晴れの妻がお前に嫉妬したことも懐かしい。金蔵は元気か？
I wonder why she would be jealous of Genji.
大変お元気にございます。
The witch probably laughed because she knew Kinzo's own doctor had announced that Kinzo didn't have long left to live. However, if anyone actually looked at Kinzo and noticed his vigor, which wasn't at all what you'd expect from someone nearing the end of his life, they might easily call that doing extremely well. Maybe that's what the witch was laughing at.
挨拶に行こうではないか。30年ぶりに互いに呪いの言葉を吐き合うもよかろう。
So tsundere. As the witch grinned, she started walking, leaving Genji behind. Her gait was like that of a family member who knew the inside of the mansion well. Genji followed her in the manner of one who served her. At that time, Kyrie came out of the parlor. She'd probably gone out to fix her makeup or something. And when she saw Genji following a witch, she was surprised, although her expression did not change. A guest for Kinzo had arrived, despite him being almost dead on the day of the family conference when the fate of the inheritance was to be decided. And furthermore, this person was familiar enough with the Ushiromiya family household that Genji was following behind her. And also the painting of her is literally right there in the back. Kyrie immediately realized that this person she had never met before was deeply important. Kyrie and the witch's eyes met. Realizing that it would be rude to pretend not to notice, she greeted the witch.
はじめまして。
ルドルフの5歳だったか。
さようでございます。
It's so okay. This is so weird how Beatrice is just walking through the house getting chummy with everybody. I didn't expect this. I expected a scenario like this where we would be repeating the day and it changes every time, but I didn't expect this quite. From this exchange, Kyrie realized that this was a guest of fairly high rank even amidst the Ushiromiya family. And the fact that this was a guest on that level, coupled with her resemblance to the portraits in the hall, made Kyrie's eyes instantly open wide. Yeah, Kyrie is taking this rather well. The picture updated. Why is it different now? What did this mean? I do think it's funny how Kyrie is just, yeah, I'm rolling with this. Yeah, she updated her PFP. When you find a new character to project onto.
名前を忘れてしまって申し訳ございません。
うすうすは想像がついているくせに、わらわにあえて名乗らそうという。
Kyrie is a tough cookie. She's pretty smart. Kyrie thought she'd given a sociable and humble greeting. Her expression grew slightly cloudy at that openly oppressive response. At any rate, she didn't seem to be a person she could grow to like. But if Kyrie's guesses were correct, this witch probably held a vital key to what her own husband was most interested in. Something that couldn't help but influence tonight's family conference. So without shooting back a retort, Kyrie silently watched her go up the stairs to the second floor, with Genji following behind. So when someone tapped her shoulder from behind, she was so surprised she almost choked. It was Natsuhi.
キリエさん、このようなところに立ち尽くして。
Oh, wouldn't you like to
いかがなさい
know?
ましたか？
Wouldn't you like to know?
ごめんなさい。ちょっと魔女の肖像画に見とれていただけです。
Yeah, you know what? Let Natsuhi find out on her own.
黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェですか。今日の後宮家の復興は、彼女が授けた黄金がなければ成し遂げられなかったとか。お父様らしい幻想的なお話ですね。
Natsuhi spoke in a perfectly ordinary way. It was the sort of comment you'd expect from someone convinced that the thought of a witch existing was ridiculous, no more than another of Kinzo's ramblings. However, for some reason, that point of view didn't seem quite right to Kyrie now. Just a moment ago, she herself had seen the Golden Witch come in from the entrance hall and climb up the stairs. So Natsuhi's words made it feel as though someone was trying to deny the existence of that person, or else make it seem like she was never there to begin with.
ごめんなさい。少し頭痛がする気がして、ちょっと休もうと思います。あら、そうですか?
Natsuhi can definitely empathize with someone who gets headaches.
良い頭痛薬がありますよ。
Yeah, exactly. She's got it
用
on
意さ
her.
せましょう。
The hallway in front of Kinzo's study was filled with the sweet scent of poison, peculiar to that green liquor. Another vital meme? Let's take a look. That's pretty good. I like this. I like these. You're providing me with good stuff today. Did I put the other one in before? I like this one a lot. This one's good. Whoops. I like that one a lot. This one's good. This one's pretty good. It does have a very smug aura, doesn't it? There we go. All right. So it's a little too big to fit on my row of funny things here, but I wanted to show them because they're funny. Genji, who was completely used to it, did not grimace, and the Golden Witch didn't grimace either.
この中からどれほど出ぬのか。
すでに数年になるかと思います。
それほどまでに
That guy has not left his
わらわ
room.
をカゴの鳥としたいか。哀れな。それを願うそなたが今やカゴ
Yeah,
の
I don't think whatever Kinzo has planned here is going to work
書
very
斎
well.
の亡霊ではないか。それに気づけぬとは哀れな男よ。
あなた様と再びお会いする日までは、おそらく文字通り亡霊となっても研究を
This
続け
guy
られ
will
るでしょう。
never give up. He's living out of pure
愛か
spite.
狂気か猛襲か。それも講じれば魔力となるか。悲しき魔術師よ。
The witch grasped the doorknob to the study. Ah, when she did, there was a sound like that of flesh burning and splitting open. It was the sound of the doorknob literally burning the witch's hand. Right, it has the scorpion thing.
ベアトリーチェ様。
なんだこれは。魔除けか。
That's a good face. I didn't expect that sort of face from her.
あやつめ。こんなものに頼らなければ、おのがみも保てぬというのか。
その扉はベアトリーチェ様にはおつらいものと伺っております。私がお開けいたしましょうか。
いや、よい。あやつが勝てば、わらわは永遠のカゴの鳥。あやつが負ければ、愛に狂い、すべてを失った哀れな魔術師の生涯が、笑い草となって残るだけ。もはや金蔵もわらわさえも、ゲーム版に並べられた駒に過ぎぬ。あとは、ルーレットの目が勝敗を分けるだけよ。
I didn't expect her to refer to herself that way.
ルーレットが目を見せ
I would have thought, you know, I'm the one in
わらわ
control
と
of
金
me.
蔵が再会する必要はない。
The witch looked at her hand, which was beginning to heal bit by bit, even though it had been horribly burned.
あるいは、そのための魔除けなのか。なるほど。それもまた潔い。
Intriguing.
すべては今や、金蔵のゲーム版の上よ。
ゲーム。
気に入ったぞ、金蔵。そなたとのゲーム、楽しませてもらうぞ。わらわに恋焦がれ、
全ての生涯を投げ出したローマ術師の最後のギャンブル。
The game with my tier 3 sub. When it's community night and all the tier 3 subs show up. Crack. One o'clock.
Dareka. 失礼いたします。昼食をお持ちいたしました。入れ。失礼いたします。
After receiving approval, Canon entered the VIP room, pushing the serving cart that carried lunch. Are you hungry, Bito? The servants called this room the Witch's VIP room. That was because Kinzo strictly ordered it that it always be kept clean so that it could be used at any time. Even so, guests would not be allowed into this room no matter who they were. That's why at some point the service had started calling it the VIP room, which was supposed to be set aside for only to welcome the special person Kinzo waited for. The witch from that portrait. And today, Canon realized that this was absolutely true. When he entered the room, the blonde-haired witch was gazing out the window. Outside, the rain was no longer falling weakly. As she looked out at the beautiful rose garden, which had been tended to over several days for today's sake, as she saw the winds and rain ravage it, was she struck by some sentimental feelings? Canon was not able to tell anything more from her back, which faced him.
お食事の用意をさせていただきます。ベアトリーチェ様。
Canon went out of his way to call out the witch's name, hoping that she'd turn around. He wanted to know. He wanted to know if the witch who tempted him and Shannon in the past really appeared again. When he did, the witch whose name had been called laughed, her back still facing him. Holding back her voice, she laughed. Canon was startled. It was almost as though she had read his mind and knew that he had called out to her, hoping to make her turn around.
良い匂いだな。どうやらクラウスは良い料理人を入れたと見える。
Yes, the funny Gouda cheese. Gouda cheese, our favorite chef.
はい。近年入ったゴーダという料理人です。
料理の腕が良きことは何にも勝るものよ。美食は人の世で生きる快楽の山中をなす。
That's true. I don't know what the other two pillars are, but I agree completely.
これを欠かさぬが秘訣よ。
Canon and the witch's eyes met. Then she grinned. Without a doubt, certainly, this was clearly the witch from that day, Beatrice. The witch that no one but he and Shannon could see in the past finally held a form, and had arrived openly as a guest through the entrance hall.
ベアトリーチェ様。
久しぶりよの。家具のカノン。
お久しぶりでございます。
Canon tried to remember to be polite to this guest for the time being, but the visit of this suspicious witch made dark clouds start to enshroud his heart, especially considering that today was the family conference.
何をしに現れたのかと気が気でならぬと見える。
I will definitely not mess with your sister anymore. Definitely not. Canon didn't force an answer. This witch probably read minds, so it's pointless to go to the trouble of saying it out loud. Of course, she could read even his inner resistance. So the witch giggled at Canon's childish defiance.
金蔵との最後の約束を果たしに来た。
親方様との最後の約束。
わらわは金蔵に山をなす黄金を
That is a lot of
貸し
gold.
付けた。
That's a lot of gold.
それを金蔵が放棄。
Crimson Fool, thank you for the follow. Thank you for joining the Rose Rabbit Army. I should get that alert text over our funny pictures. Where is it? There it is. Alright. Thank you for the follow, Crimson Fool. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. The drinks are provided, but the worship is required.
今宵それをもらい受けに来た。
僕には何の話かわかりません。
However, uncertainty began to gather in his heart. Whatever this witch had to say, it couldn't be anything good.
違いない。魔女の話にろくなものはないぞ。
Hey, I think we're stuck in a rut.
そなたは正しい。
Dan, backslide.
されど、魔女とハサミは使いようだ。ソロモン王のように偉業を成し遂げる者も時にはおる。最も多くの場合は、童話が語るように、ろくな目には合わんがな。
Very genie-esque, like I said before, the wishes you get from Beatrice.
しかし、金蔵も食えぬ。わらわの利子の取り立てすらも、自らの儀式に取り込みよった。わらわをも超える、とてつもない大魔術師か。さもなければ、狂気に取りつかれたただの知恵者か。
I think it's both. It could be both, right?
実に面白い。
Kanon couldn't guess what the witch was muttering and laughing about. All he knew was that anything that made this witch laugh must have the exact opposite meaning for everyone else. And in the back of his mind, the horrifying words the witch had spat at him in the past began to resurface. What, did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love, and in exchange I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet. I have never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years. It's just for fun. That's what we call television, baby. We all love the drama.
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の
Oh, she's saying the riddle.
黄金鏡を目指す者よ、これを下りて鍵を探す。
The witch suddenly began to recite a bizarre poem. It was something he remembered hearing.
それはまさか魔女の碑文。
There was no mistake. It was the epitaph that accompanied the portrait of the witch Kinzo had put on display. The relatives had guessed that it referred to the location of the hidden gold, but no one knew what it meant for sure. The witch suddenly began reciting the epitaph.
カノン、家具である貴様なら金蔵から聞いていよう。
Yeah, he never shuts up about it.
すべてを黄金鏡へ返す日がやってきたのだ。喜ぶがいい。お前の恥辱にまみれた家具の日々が。
Isn't that exciting? Sounds like a great time. It seems like you'll be free by dying, but you know.
お前はそれをずっと望んできたはず。自らに存在価値を持たぬ家具にとって、ただ存在するだけの日々は苦痛に他ならない。魂ある者にとって、うつしおは固執すべきものだが、亡き者にとってうつしおは苦害でしかないからのう。
Complicated expressions flitted across Kanon's face. This was the day of release that Kanon had been looking forward to. However, the coming of this day had been mercilessly sudden, and for some reason he didn't like the hateful tone used by this witch as she informed him of the coming of this long-awaited day of rest. Kanon couldn't even decide what emotion he should be feeling.
なぜに喜ばぬ？それとも、うつしおに何かの未練があるというのか？
The real world.
家具の分際で。
Weird that she calls it the real world.
未練などない。僕は家具だから。
実に模範的な家具だね。よいよい。しかし何の未練もないとはつくづく面白みのない。
未練こそがお前の快楽だというのか。
I mean, it is pretty funny.
その通り。
そ
1000年も生きる
の
と
通り。
大抵の魔女は生き飽きる。わらわは退屈から逃れるために人間たちの運命にブランデーや果実を練り込みケーキのように焼き上げるのだ。オーブンの中で苛烈な運命に踊る人間たちのなんと面
She's
白
got a
きこ
point
と。
there. Everybody loves the drama.
わらわはこの方面にかけてはちと知られていてな。わらわの料理の腕を見に時には遠方から珍客が見物に来ることすらあるくらいよ。
Cook 'em up, cook 'em
言
up.
っても家具ごときには理解できぬか。
Canon couldn't understand what the witch was saying. However, he fully realized that this was a terrifying being who treated the fate of humans as a show, enjoying it whenever some harm befell them. However, furniture has no soul or life, much less a fate. Pitiful furniture does nothing but serve until the day they're released from the real world. To furniture like that, the witch who had become to release them from everything was a being to be received with overflowing affection. Even though the day Canon should have been waiting impatiently for had come, he was confused by his own ability to accept it easily. Why was it? The face of Shannon, the person he loved as a sister, rose to his mind, and for some reason Jessica's face did too. Canon bit his lower lip hard enough that it hurt. Thinking about Jessica like that was something furniture must never do. Even though he thought he'd known that, even though he'd complained about Shannon's relationship, why was it that Jessica rose into his mind at a time like this? He felt a little shameful at his own naivete. Forget about Jessica, he turned his thoughts to Shannon. Yeah. Oh no, I have feelings. I gotta stop doing that. Shannon is also furniture. She has no reason not to rejoice at the coming of the day when all will return to nothingness. But Shannon, through her relationship with George, has experienced an emotion forbidden to furniture. Even though she isn't qualified to be bonded with him, she's still trapped in a dream that she isn't allowed to have. Will Shannon be able to joyfully accept this development? No, she won't. Shannon still has lingering regrets. Those will probably become a great source of pain and torture for her. And those lingering regrets were planted by none other than the witch. Why? Because that would be more interesting, nothing more?
Shannon は待ちわびていたはずの日に知ってはならない
It's all twisted.
とても
We gave you your wish, but it has a caveat. How entertaining.
僕は僕たち家具を解放する日を手土産に訪れてくれたあなたに感謝する。そして
Yeah, it's a funny prank.
その日を受け入れがたくしたお前を憎
A
む。
good old-fashioned double-edged sword.
お前もシャノン同様に未練に苦しませてやりたかったぞ。しかしお前
Yeah,
は
it's not fair for her to do it
愚
on her
直に
own.
家具であり続け、わらわに籠絡されることもなかった。しかしシャノンを慕いすぎたようだな。シャノンの未練がそなたの未練となる。それはわらわへの憎悪へと変わるのか。わらわを殺したくば殺してみるがよ。
Yeah, just for a laugh. Just try it. It worked so well the first time, right?
金蔵の家具ならばその程度の力は持っていよう。しかしわらわを殺せば家具どもに安息の日は永遠に訪れぬぞ。そなたにそれが耐えられるのか。わらわによる解放を本当に拒むことができるのか。ひざまずけ。
何を
Yeah, for fun. I love telling people to kneel too, just for a laugh.
ひざまずき。 わらわの靴に口づけをするがよい。さもなくば、わらわはこの場を立ち去ろうぞ。帰りて永遠に姿を現わさぬ。のう、かの。そなたはそれに耐えられるのか。黄金鏡の扉が開かれれば、そなたの苦難に満ちた家具の生は終わろう。望むならば、人間としての生を与えてもよい。
Just a regular life?
さすれば、もはやジェシカとは対等。貴様も知りたいはずだ。恋の味が。隠そうとも知っておるぞ。
Ah, the background's gone.
甘き恋の沼にて溺れるシャノンを見て、そなたは羨ましがっている。恋の味を知りたくてうずうずしておるのよ。
Ah,
やめろ。
background's back.
僕を再び籠絡するつもりか。僕はお前を楽しませるためのおもちゃになり果てたりしない。
ほう。ならばシャノンで満足するとしよう。
I think we're now just seeing things from Canon's perspective totally because his sprite isn't in there.
まいた種は
It's like we're in his eyes
そなた
now.
だけではないのでな。時には実を結ばぬ果実もある。鍵を手にせし者は以下に従いて黄金鏡へ旅立つべし。第一の番に鍵の選びし
The
6
key.
人を生贄に捧げよ。
Yeah, the 6.
第二の番に残されし者は寄り添う2人を引き裂け。
The witch recited the epitaph again. It was so sudden and diverged so strongly from the current topic. However, that challenging smile made it seem almost as though she was using the epitaph as a threat against Canon.
わからぬか。この碑文の儀式を成し遂げるには、第二の番に
Oh boy.
寄り添う2人を生贄に
she's-
捧げねばならぬ。
This is a funny trick, Beatrice. I wonder which two you're talking about. It could be any two, that's right.
夫婦でもよいし。
We've got a couple pairs here, don't we? To pick from?
誰を選ぶかは儀式のルールにの
Oh,
っとり
you devious witch
わら
you.
わが気まぐれに決めてよいことになっている。今のシャノンならこれほどふさわしい第二の番の生贄もないとは思わぬか。
See, it's funny because she dies on the first Twilight. We're gonna get her no matter what. We call that dramatic irony. Canon realized something. Until today, he thought he'd given up everything else and lived as furniture, acting like furniture. But in reality, that wasn't true. He loved Shannon too dearly. Therefore, when Shannon was in pain, Canon shared in that. If only Shannon had continued to live as furniture, indifferently like Canon, without any regrets in this world, he wouldn't have had to be in so much pain. The witch planned to toy with Shannon, who had known the taste of love, whom she had taught the taste of love as she killed her. Sota Kufi? I don't know how to pronounce that, I'm sorry. Thank you for the follow, though. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. We're happy to have you here. It's nice to see you here. Welcome to the Golden Dance of Slaughter, or something. She wouldn't be welcomed into the Golden Lanch and granted a compassionate release. Instead, if the witch had her way, she'd be used as a sacrifice, subjected to the utmost of torture and pain, and forcibly turned into a human foundation for this evil ceremony. And this witch would probably make Shannon meet this horrible fate, for no reason other than that it was amusing to her. It is pretty amusing. Furthermore, she was threatening to do this so that she could make Canon, who had never submitted to the witch, finally give in. It was that simple. In the end, though he had tried to resist the witch and avoid pleasing her, he had only made things more amusing for her. After all, he was furniture, no a toy. They were nothing but toys meant only to distract her from her boredom. Kusa!
のう するカノン。ひざまずけばシャノンを生贄に選ぶことを控えることもない。
Can you turn down your rainy mood? I guess not.
お前のような
Setting the tone after all.
一度屈服させてみたかった。
Without even a fragment of elegance, the witch sneered at Canon and laughed indecently. That's right, she'd predicted Canon's submission even before he'd made that decision himself. Canon chose to get down on both knees in front of the witch. It didn't matter what happened to himself. However, the one thing he couldn't bear to see was Shannon, who had given him his only reason to live during his days as furniture, being toyed with like this. That was why kissing the shoes of the witch was an easy oath for Canon to make. You went to take a shower? Anything fun happened since Bito showed up? She's trolling Canon right now. That's what we're going for. When his quivering lips actually touched the witch's shoe, Beatrice let a look of ecstasy rise to her face and laughed with a voice filled to bursting. At that moment, the witch, who had grown bored of life after 1,000 years, was completely filled with the evil emotion that she lived for. Just a good old laugh, doing it for a lark. I can vibe with it. I respect this girl boss. We here at the Rose Rabbit Army support girl bosses. And also I absorb them into my personality. It's a lot of fun. When lunch ended, the relatives moved to the parlor. Rosa had bought a high-class brand of black tea from a famous store in Ginza that had been served, and the parlor was filled with a pleasant aroma. Since the children were there too, the adults tried to interact like normal relatives on the surface, talking peacefully about recent events and how their children were growing up. It had started raining, so the children couldn't do anything but sit there like this, watching TV, unable to go outside. Maria was apparently a TV kid, and she kept watching a boring daytime program without getting bored, giggling all by herself. At first, Battler joined in, seeming to deepen his relationship with Maria, but he had gotten up early that morning and was gradually hit by a wave of drowsiness. Battler nap time?
おや、大きなあくびだね。朝がずいぶん早かったんじゃないのかい？
ま、そんなとこだよ。緊張が解けて、雨の音を聞いてるうちに眠くなってきちまった。
緊張？
Listening to the rain makes me sleepy too, so I get it.
緊張なんてしてたのかよ。
一応、俺なりにはな。
He's a sleepy boy. Battler gave another great yawn and slowly lay down on the sofa. He really did look tired. George and the others had tried talking to him, thinking it was a sign of boredom, but when they realized he really was sleepy, they decided to let him be.
おやおや。食事の後にすぐ横になるとサバになると
Again with
申
the
しますよ。
mackerel. Don't you have any other fish?
冗談よせやん。ゴーダさん、今夜は子牛のステーキだって言ってたぜ。サバのステーキになっちまう。
熊荘さん、こいつ本当に眠いらしい。毛布を持ってきてあげてくれないかな。
さあ、どうぞ。
Kumasawa brought a blanket over from the shelf. The large parlor wasn't cold, but the air had gotten a little chilly. So when Battler took the blanket, he immediately wrapped himself up in it like a turtle.
本当に眠かったんだね。
Funny boy.
何時かに起きる？起こしてあげるよ。
あ、いや、特に希望は。なんか用があったら起こしてくれりゃいいし、なんにもねえんならずっと眠らせてくれりゃいいぜ。おやすみ。
おやすみ。
バトラン寝ちゃうの？お昼寝。お昼寝。マリアもする。こらマリア、 バトラは眠いんだから放っておいてあげなきゃ。熊沢さん、もう一枚毛布をもらえるかな。
It was doubtful whether Maria really It was doubtful whether Maria really wanted to take a nap. She probably saw Battler wrapped up in a blanket and wanted to do the same. When she received the blanket from Kumasawa, she joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up a camp again in front of the TV.
せっかく6年ぶりにいとこがみんな揃ったってのによ。
Now it's nap time.
こいつ、今回の親族
Bro,
会
did
議
you
の
seriously
主
just
賓だっ
talk
て自覚
during nap
全
time?
然ねえな。
聞こえてるぞ。のんびり昼飯を食って、しかも外は台風で雨。何もすることがねえってことは、つまり俺の出番じゃねえってことさ。
それはどうかな。何も起こらないから何もしないなんて受け身の姿勢じゃ人生は退屈だよ。
違うぜ、そういう意味じゃない。なんつうのかな。こういう時俺はこう思うことにしてる。出番じゃねえんだよ。こいつがお芝居だったならさ俺の出番じゃねえってことなんだよ。
How meta.
だったら舞台袖でおとなしくして
I'm
る
going
に
to
限る
take a
って
nap
わ
so we
け
can
さ。
look at some other characters.
自分の人生はいつだって自分が主人公だろ。
That's true, I have read Mob Psycho 100.
そんな脇役根性でどうすんだよ。自分から進んで舞台に上がらなきゃ。
そういう意味じゃねえ。今は俺の出番じゃねえって言いたいのさ。悪いな。眠くて思考がめちゃくちゃだ。勘弁してくれ。
That's our automatopoeia for sleepy noise. Munya munya.
確かに眠くてなんだか尻滅裂なことを言ってるね。もうそっとしてあげようよ。
私は聞き捨てならねえぜ。自分の人生はいつだって自分が主人公だよ。
Struck a nerve, did he?
本格的にバトラーと議論したいけどな。
寝ぼけてるだけだよ。深く考えちゃダメさ。
なんかさ、自分は主役になれないから舞台に上がりたくないみたいな根性、なぜだかすっげえうぜえって思って。
With distant eyes, Jessica gazed out at the window at the gray rose garden obscured by rain. When she put her forehead up against the glass, the pleasantly cool sensation seemed to chase away memories she was trying to forget.
まだ君の出番じゃなかったってことなのか。じゃあいつ君は舞台に上がるんだよ。
In that case, who the heck is the main character on this stage? Yeah, I wonder. I just wonder. I wonder if that main character just loves chewing. Ah, we're back in the void. Chewing the scenery, I was gonna say. The void!
もうやりたい放題じゃねえかよ。なんだこりゃよ。
Hey, stop taking over the narrator role, Beatrice. It's my turn.
めちゃくちゃじゃねえか。
そなたがわらわを否定する根拠とする18
Yeah, you're changing the narrative now, so there's no way to deny that there's 19 people.
指し手を変えてみたまでよ。そなたがわらわを否定する最大の根拠は単にわらわが駒としてゲーム版に並ばなかったからというだけ。
She's trying to weaken Battler by basically removing the possibility that she doesn't exist at all.
ならばこうしてクイーンを先に刺せばいいだけの話ではないか。
Oh, I know it's called Purgatorio. I just think it's funnier to do the exit. The void.
ふざけやがって。こんなの認められるわけねえじゃねえかよ。魔女が歩いて玄関からやってきただと。ふざけるじゃね
え。なんだなんだ。前回のゲームではそなたに散々自由に手を進めさせたぞ。こたびはわらわがそなたの手に合わせて駒を動かしたにすぎ。
Now I'm doing what I want.
焦点にてもう降参か。
くそったれ。ふざけるな。誰が降参なんかするかってんだ。上等な指し手だぜ。好きに進めればいいじゃねえか。 なるほどな。まだまだお前の手番は終わってないってわけだ。好きに手を進めりゃいい。今のうちに十分な陣形を築いとく。俺が必ずしのぐ。
Definitely.
必ず詰める。言い訳なんてされたくねえ。存分に来やがるってんだ。
That's another good face.
この程度じゃ魔女なんて認められるわけがねえぜ。そうさ。さっきマリアのお菓子を魔法で直したように見えたが、実は同じお菓子をもう一つ懐に忍ばせていて、芝居がかった方法ですり替えて、
You really need to try harder than
魔
this,
法で
dude.
直したみたいに見せただけかもしれない。ああ、そうに決まってる。ダメだぜ。全然ダメだぜ。
全然ダメだぜ。
ローザは歌詞が蝶に散る瞬間を見たぞ。
知らねえよ。そんなのは幻覚か手品か。さもなきゃ見間違いだろ。大した問題じゃねえ。
説明のつかぬ部分はさまつと切り捨てたか。なるほど。それが
This is just a Twitter argument right now. People like this argue on Twitter. People argue like this on Twitter. It's like, so you're attacking me with ad hominems now, are you?
墓穴を掘ったぞ。後ろ宮バトラ。
バトラ。
お前の手番はまだ先だぞ。もうしばらくわらわの手番を進めさせてもらう。まだまだこれからだぞ。
The Turn of the Witch. It's the name of the episode. You did it. You dropped the name of the episode. Exactly, Pyro Poyo. That's exactly how it goes. Battler like writes like a huge 60-post thread, and Beatrice just replies with like a troll face or something, or like low tier god telling him to kill himself. It's like that one quote from, what is it, Morrowind? My opinion will not change. Stop arguing with me or I will kill you. When they started hearing Battler's snores, the relatives went their separate ways, leaving the parlor and letting Battler sleep in peace. Even though it had been so lively in the parlor with so many people gathered there, when all of them scattered at once and were swallowed up by the vast mansion, it created an eerie silence with no sound except that of the rain.
Yeah. そんな人間には一度も会ったことはないぜ、姉貴は。
会ったことなんてないわ。キリエさん、本当なの？
私もちょっと玄関ホールに出た時に挨拶をしただけです。20歳ちょっとくらいに見えたわ。私は名乗ったんだけど、彼女は名乗らなかった。
But, you know, she looked exactly like the painting, so...
に案内されて2階へ登っていくのを見た。
Like, it was literally placed right behind her as you were looking at her face.
源氏さんを見つけて直接話を聞いた方が早いやろ。しかし妙な雲行きになってきよったな。
The mystery woman had spoken to Kyrie. Without naming herself, she'd sneered that Kyrie should have had a vague idea as to her identity. That brought someone to mind. And then there was her look-alike, the witch in the portrait. Oh, they're all just gonna say it's like her granddaughter or something.
そいつは自分が肖像画の魔女さんだとそう言いたいってのかよ。
私はそういう意味で笑ったんだろうと理解したわ。私とは初対面でも、私があなたの5歳だと知っているような口ぶりだった。
姉貴、本当にそんな奴は知らないんだな。
くどいわよ。そんな金髪女、この屋敷に出入りしたところなんて見たこともない。
Never.
そんなようなことはどうでもええで。問題はその女が自分はベアトリーチェだと名乗り、
Yeah, the whole blackmail and Kraus plan kind of falls apart then, doesn't it?
あるいは愛人の娘を自称して遺産の分配を要求するつもりかしら。いずれにせよとんでもないジョーカーが紛れ込んだもんね。
The Joker, baby!
兄さんが呼んだの？それともお父様が？
まずいな。俺たちは兄貴をうまく言いくるめりゃなんとかできるものと思ってきた。しかしこれじゃ話が振り出しに戻っちまう。
あなたが私の知らないところでどんな策謀を巡らしてたのか知らないけれど、どうも少しは対策を立てる時間を得られたみたいね。
ああ、その金髪姉ちゃん。
So, I've been thinking about the letters. We've got 2 letters this time, right? The one she gave to Maria to read out, which I'm assuming will be the same, or at least mostly the same as the one from the first episode, but I wonder what the one she gave Rosa says.
何しに現れたか分からへん以上、撃てる対策も限られとるで。向こうの狙いは何なんや。
決まってるでしょ。お父様の遺産の正当な後継者だと言い張るためよ。お父様は未だにベアトリーチェの虜なのよ。
That one note at the beginning of the song just makes me think of Half-Life, because it sounds like that one Half-Life song. Right? It sounds like that one song from Half-Life, doesn't it? Yeah, the Freeman's Mind intro song, yeah.
その娘がいたなら全財産を譲り
I
たい
haven't
と言い
caught
出
up
す
with
はずだ
Freeman's
わ。
Mind in a while. I wonder if he finished... I wonder if he finished too.
妙な遺言状でも突きつけてくるかもしれない。そりゃ裁判沙汰にすれば半分の4分の1は主張できるかもしれないけど、多分
We'll take Beatrice to court. I know a great defense lawyer.
それは困る。
He's in Ravenholm now? Ah, still early on then.
私もルドルフももちろんローザもね。
俺たちはそれぞれの都合で
The problem with the problem with getting Phoenix to sue Beatrice would be that Phoenix actually does believe in magic. He's cross-examined a literal ghost. So that'll be tough. Yeah, no, what we need is Leighton, because he's able to make any insane magic scenario explainable with bullshit. That's why we need Leighton, yeah. It'll be like the end of the crossover with Ace Attorney, because that one had, like, insane things to explain away the magic, too. It was all hypnotism with special paints, right? Rudolph, don't tell Kyrie you're in horrible debt.
キリエさん、男の商売には攻めの時にこそ軍資金が入りようになることもあるんや。それを分かってえな。
なーにルドルフ。キリエさんには話してなかったの？
Why would he? Rudolph's an idiot.
隠してたわけじゃないんだ。実はちょいとした
A lie by omission is still a lie, Rudolph. Come on. We know this.
あなたが私に話す必要がないと判断した話なんだから、それをこの場では追求しない。
Not. I won't press you right now.
それより
But
急
later.
務は黄金の魔女様の狙いを探ることなんでしょ？
ああ、俺たちの話を整理した上で敵の撃ってくる手が見えるか。
Rudolph had a certain measure of trust in Kyrie's unique thinking technique, chessboard thinking. Of course, it didn't give him any more peace of mind than fortune-telling, but every time Rudolph was polishing up some important strategy, he'd give a great deal of thought to Kyrie's advice. For a while, Kyrie pressed her finger against her forehead, considering.
今日の今日まで彼女が訪れることが伏せられていた以上、彼女は私たちに何らかのサプライズを与える目的があった。それが財産なのか、親族としての認知なのかは分かりかねるわ。でも今日の今日まで訪れることを伏せていたということは、事前に知らせることで対応を打たれたくなかったと言えるかもしれない。ということは、彼女の目的は対応を打たれると不利になるものらしい。わかる？
なるほどな。例えば親父が以前に書かせた遺言状そのものだとか、血縁それが揺るぎないもので盤石な証拠だというなら。
Right. Yes, we're flipping the chessboard around.
そうね。
If she had a reason to claim the inheritance, she would have just done that instead of fucking with us.
立場にある私たちに弁護士でも鑑定士でも連れてこさせて、グーの音も出ないくらいに事実を突きつけるべきなのよ。
But obviously we know that's not what Beatrice is after.
それができるならね。
つまり奇襲狙いという時点で、敵は真正面からの正攻法では勝てんちゅうことを意味するわけやな。道理や。絶対勝てる切り札は堂々と切るに限るで、回りくどい切り方はむしろ切り札を曇らせるもんや。
結論から言うと、皆さんがご就寝の遺産問題に
Some huge surprise, perhaps a dinner, yes.
もしくは間接的に絡む相当のサプライズが突きつけられると予想されるわね。おそらく向こうはそのインパクトだけでこちらを圧倒できるつもりでいる。しかしその何かは相当のインパクトを伴いながらも絶対ではない。
つまりそこがこちらのつけ込む余地というわけね。
あんたはほんま頭の切れるお人や。これだけでも分かればだいぶ心強いで。つまり相手のペースに飲み込まれるなっちゅうことやな。
結局のところ非常にシンプルな結論よ。相手が何を切り出そうとも焦らず冷静に対応する。交渉術の初歩の初歩じゃない。これじゃあ相手の思考を
I love how Kyrie is so much better at this sort of thing than Rudolph. It's funny.
いいや。相変わらずなかなかのもんだぜ。
Like Rudolph sucks at every like business thing he tries to do, and then Kyrie is just like, it's obviously this.
こちらに攻める余地があると分かれば、余裕も変わってくるってもんだ。
わからないのは彼女とクラウス兄さんの関係ね。クラウス兄さんにとってもサプライズなのか、それとも彼女を呼んだのは他でもないクラウス兄さん自身なのか。もし後者だったなら、随分と厄介なことになるかもしれないわよ。
Kyrie definitely has the brains, yes.
謎の女を親族会議の当日にこっそり呼びつける。いやらしいセンスがどことなく兄さんっぽい感じもする。
姉貴、こうしよう。女の正体がはっきりと証明できない限り、俺ら
それが最善ね。現にキリエさんに対して名乗ってすらいない。正体不明の女の発言で私たちの会員がかき回されちゃたまらないわ。
Oh, it's gonna get disturbed, alright.
血縁証明でも示してみせるかもしれんで。お父さんの血が流れてることが、例えば母子手帳でも示されたらどうにもならん。
Yeah, no, Sweet Creamy. I believe that something to those lines was mentioned in like episode 1. That Rudolph has charisma and a good personality, but he actually is not a great like he's not very smart. Honestly, all the Kinzo kids kind of suck at their jobs.
少なくとも今の六軒島でそれを証明することは不可能だ。
その通りね。つまりこういうことよ。今の六軒島では何が示されても真実だと受け入れることはできない。台風が去って叱るべき場所で
We're just gonna stall. That'll
証明してみせる
work.
まで何も信じられないってこと。
そういうので上げ足を取りまくるのは姉貴の得意技だな。任せるぜ。
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。あんたも協力するのよ。私たちにはお金がいる。それも急ぎ
Lame it out like cross-tagging, exactly. Stalling tactics, run out that timer.
こんなところでひょっこり現れた謎の女に遺産の当てをぶち壊されてたまるもんですか。
Eva has charisma and brains, in your opinion, but she just isn't nice at all? Well, that makes her more attractive if you ask me. Rudolph and Eva always formed a united front as siblings at times like this, sickened by the idea that their own inheritance might be snatched away by an outsider. Kyrie noticed how indomitable they looked, shook her head slightly, and gave a small sigh as she gazed out the window. Yeah, because Kyrie's like, oh boy, this isn't gonna work at all. Outside, it was still raining heavily, and everything was gray, having lost all vibrance. The lush garden that the sun had shone on earlier now felt like a lie. For some reason, the words Eva said a second ago kept repeating in Kyrie's head. So in other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us now on Rokenjima, it can't be accepted as truth. There was an odd nuance to those words. At the moment, the island was closed off by the typhoon and isolated. They had access to no public institutions and no hospital. So on this island, no matter what manner of proof related to the outside world was shown, it would always be possible to call it a lie. It would be impossible to prove that something was the truth. Now that they were isolated from the outside, all truths whose proof lay in the outside world would be called lies. So does that mean that right now on this Rokenjima, no truth exists at all? Does it mean that everything will now be ruled by lies alone? It almost gives the illusion that we've left the human world of truth and have been shut away inside another world, one of lies. Really makes you think. Really makes your noggin get jogging. Kyrie remembered that woman's appearance one more time. She remembered both what she had looked like and the witch of the portrait. On this island, which has been cut off from the world of humans and shut away in the world of non-humans, a non-human being has come to visit. Kyrie couldn't think of the smile that appeared on that woman's face as anything other than a portent of misfortune. I get the feeling my chessboard thinking's missed a vital premise, one that'll be necessary to understand that misfortune-bearing smile. Yes, that smile made me feel as though someone inhuman was mocking me. It literally has a mocking aura, like you said in that one post. I've based my reasoning on the assumption that our opponent is a human like us. However, just like this island is now, she may be a being that isn't human, and the human values may not matter to her. That's right, Kyrie is starting to think, maybe she's doesn't care about the inheritance or anything like that. Maybe she's after something else. If that's true, all of our reasoning is useless. For what reason has the witch been invited here today? Only one thing is certain. Now, in this instant, she's staying somewhere in this vast mansion. Wow.
Maria, 今日のお昼にお外で私たち
She's in disbelief.
女の人に
Hey, you still got the original picture back there in that CG. I'm calling out this inconsistency.
あれは誰？
おお、何度も言ってる。ベアトリーチェ。
マリアは以前にベアトリーチェと会ったことがあるの？
Do they have any reason now to suspect Beto is inhuman? I think it's less that Kyrie is thinking she's literally inhuman, and more like, if she does consider herself the witch, right, in her own mind, then her motivation might not be the motivation they're all suspecting her of, which is getting the inheritance.
おう、毎年会ってる。
Every year.
毎年この六軒島のお屋敷で。
おう。
じゃわからないでしょ。そうなの？いつから会ってるの？何年前から？
わかんない。
わからない？
Oh god.
どうして？
It's starting again.
去年？一昨年？
もっと前から。
Rosa was astonished. Only the Uchiromiya family mansion existed on this island. So there couldn't have been any humans other than themselves here. And yet, Maria said she'd been meeting with this suspicious woman every year during that family conference. If what Maria said was the truth, then that strange woman called Beatrice had been at the family conference every year. That's insane. Is Maria saying that eerie woman was at the family conference every year and none of us ever noticed it? Even though Rosa had just met the woman herself a couple of hours ago in the Rose Garden, she was overcome with a strange emotion that told her not to accept that existence. Yeah, now I know my Maria was so adamant, because she says she's been meeting Beatrice every year, but that raises more questions than it answers, I feel like. Like, why didn't she just say that? Besides the neurodivergency. What in the world did I meet with earlier today in the Rose Garden as the typhoon grew near and the winds roared?
マリア、あなたは毎年彼女と会ってると言ったわね。会って何をしてるの？
お歌を歌ったり、魔法を習ったり、魔法陣の書き方も習うの。
そう、それはすごいわね。マリアがよく自由帳に落書きじゃない、魔法陣を書いたりしてるわね。
魔法陣。
それも彼女に教えてもらったの。
ベアトリーチェにね、お手本書いてもらうの。ほらほら、見て見て。
Maria joyfully fished around in her handbag. Then she drew out a single notebook and began opening to that page. Most of the pages were covered with drawings that were literally scribbles. All of them were occult-like things, and while it might sound rude to Maria, who was joyfully flipping through the pages, they were all creepy. Oh, a classic. Yeah, there they all are. Each one of the pages in the group Maria opened to had an eerie magic circle. Furthermore, at a glance, Rosa could see that Maria hadn't drawn them. The strength of the strokes, the thickness of the lines, how clean the shape was. By itself, it wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had written it, but it was enough for Rosa to be sure that it was someone older than Maria. Rosa had to accept it now. There really was a person on this Rokenjima that she herself hadn't known existed until now. And this person had come to the family conference every year to play with Maria. Rosa just can't accept Maria likes someone more than her.
その魔女のベアトリーチェはここに住んでいるの？それとも私たちのように島の外に住んでいるの？
ベアトリーチェは六軒島の魔女だからこの島に住んでる。
She just hangs out. She just hangs out.
じゃあ親族会議のない日にこの島にいるというのね。
Beatrice sounds like fun to hang out with. Well, we saw her last stream. We saw her hanging out with Shannon, and she acted normal. It was weird.
じゃわからないでしょ。どうなの？
But what in the? I can't believe it. I can't believe it. How long has this unknown witch been living on this island? I used to live on this island. I lived on this island, passing the time in the mansion in the Rose Garden. And even so, I never encountered a witch like that. Right? People love to forget.
Mama? Mama? どうしたの?
I think Natsui's headaches are just contagious. It was probably getting a little mixed up with my memories from when I was a young girl. When I was young, I was terrified of the witch, unlike Maria. So for me, the name Beatrice was a synonym for terror. Surely my heart from those days has been revived by the appearance of a woman going by that name. She can't be a witch. She's obviously a human calling herself Beatrice, right? That's right. That witch entrusted me with an envelope. What in the world could that be? Rosa pulled that Western envelope out of her pocket. Woo! It was one of the envelopes that bore the Ushiromiya family crest, which Kinzo used for his personal letters. And its red sealing wax had even been sealed by the head's ring, which Kinzo did. Which meant this envelope belonged to the Ushiromiya family head. In other words, it was from father. Why was a woman calling herself Beatrice holding it, and why did she give it to me? That's right. I'm sure she said to read this aloud at dinner. What in the world could be written inside? A sense of uncertainty gripped at Rosa, as if opening this envelope might let loose incredible misfortune. Boy, will it. It'll be great. It'll be hilarious. However, at the same time, a little curiosity sprouted up too, urging her to find out what was written inside before the other siblings could. Using common sense, one might guess that it contained a huge decision somehow related to father's inheritance. Actually, since she'd received it from a woman who called herself Beatrice, there simply had to be some connection. Does it mean this person wants not just 4, but a total of 5 people to be included in the inheritance? I need a large sum of money, and I can't wait long. I feel like such a sinful daughter for discussing father's inheritance while he's still alive. But this is no time to spout off cheap ideals. And I've even colluded with Rudolf Nissan and Eva Nissan in order to get some money out of Kraus Nissan. Coming from that position, I can't help but see the appearance of the witch as a sign of approaching misfortune. What could be written in here? I'm sure it's something frightening. Shall I read it secretly myself first? That'll turn out real great for you. I'm sure it'll be great. The witch requested that it be read at the dinner table with everyone gathered. But if that's what she wanted, why couldn't she just read it aloud herself at dinner? Why did she go all the trouble of entrusting it to me? Simply put, is it because she doesn't mind if I read it secretly beforehand? It'd be better to secretly read the contents first. I understand that it'd mean breaking my promise, but this is no longer the time for cheap ideals. Depending on the contents, I should probably discuss it with Eva Nissan and Rudolf Nissan too. They're always really good thinkers when it comes to this kind of thing. Sure, yeah, Rudolph is his brain is just massive, right? When I gulped and put my hands to the red sealing wax, something suddenly pulled on my sleeve and I let out a small scream. Dame. In Maria's expression was the same portent of misfortune she'd felt from that witch, and it sent a tingle up her spine.
ベアトリーチェはママにその手紙は晩餐で読みなさいって言った。魔女の約束は破っちゃダメだよ。
違うわよ。ちょっと封筒を見ただけじゃない。
Sure. You're a terrible liar, Rosa.
ママもいつもマリアに約束は守りなさいって言ってるもんね。ママももちろん約束は守るわよ。
ママはいい子。
その笑い方可愛くないからやめなさい。
おお。
そういえばマリアも封筒に
Yeah, I wonder what the second one says.
中にはなんて書いてあったの？
開けてない。ベアトリーチェは開ける時が来るまで開けちゃダメって言った。だから大事に持ってる。
Oh, I wonder if the second letter is the one that appeared in the study that Natsuhi freaked out about. It was Maria the whole time. I wonder. Maybe it is.
マリアはベアトリーチェの弟子だからお師匠の言うことはちゃんと聞くの。
Rosa realized something. Mixed in with Maria's gaze was the glint of someone that wasn't her. If Rosa broke the rules and opened the envelope here, Beatrice would definitely learn of it, because Maria was the witch's disciple. Maria was in contact with that witch.
ママは約束を守るわ。
Pig Beatrice is always watching.
安心するようベアトリーチェに言ってね。伝える。ねえマリア、ベアトリーチェとお話をしたいんだけど、どうすれば会えるのかしら。知らない。ベアトリーチェはとても気まぐれだから。
For dramatic effect, it's more fun that way.
マリアからは会う方法を知らない。でもね、いつもマリアのことを見てるの。だからマリアが困っていると後できっと助けてくれるの。きっとね、姿を消してマリアの近くに隠れてるんだよ。
その笑いをやめなさいといつも言ってるでしょ。
Ah, it begins again. Rosa reflexively hit Maria on the head. That put a stop to Maria's laughing, but it wasn't able to erase the color that had risen to those eyes, a color that seemed to bear a portent of misfortune. Rosa swore. She swore that, at least until they left this island, she would not leave Maria alone. She couldn't allow an unknown being to make direct contact with her daughter any longer. Eye catch. What time is it now? 6 o'clock.
Maria, 戻ってこねえな。またローザおばさんに叱られてるのかな。
Ever since they'd met Maria at the airport, she'd been romping around, chatting about Halloween the whole time. But maybe she'd cut loose a little too much, acting a little too boisterous on the plane, on the boat, and during lunch, because Rosa had cautioned her several times. At times like that, Aunt Rosa tended not to scold her much in front of people. More often, she would take Maria aside and scold her alone. So, since Maria had been called off somewhere, they figured she must be getting scolded. When they looked at the clock, they realized it was almost 6. Of course, they couldn't have imagined she'd been getting scolded all this time. Maybe it was time for some anime she watched every week to start. She probably hadn't left the Manchin's parlor. Yeah, it's the one she's watching in the manga that has Burn Castle in it for some
ひょっとす
reason.
るとバトラ様がお目覚めになって一緒に遊ばれているのかもしれませんね。
マリアちゃんにとってバトラ君は新しい友達のような感じだったろうからね。そのバトラ君と飛行場でハロウィンごっこをするのがきっととても楽しかったんだよ。
バトラもずいぶんはしゃいでたな。あいつ図体はでかくなったってのに中身は
Well, right now, Battler is a sleepy boy.
そうですね。バトラ様は6年前のままでいてくださった気がします。
That's a nice way to say he's mentally
6年前のバトラ
12.
君のこと覚えてるんだ。
ええ。何しろ大層お元気な方でしたから。
Very Genki.
僕も6年前に4人で遊んだことを思い出すよ。シャノンはだいぶお姉さん風だったね。
そうだな。今よりしっかりしてた気がするぜ。
それはあの頃は身の程をわきまえておりませんでしたもので、いろいろと失礼いたしました。
いいよ、そんな礼儀云々は。
Don't worry, I know all about visual novel maids who swap personalities after a long time gap.
仕事中はともかく、こうして休み時間に過ごす時の僕らはあの頃から変わらない仲良しで居続けたいね。
そうだぜ。使用人のシャノンとオフの時の作用は使い分けていいだろう。奴隷じゃないんだぜ。使用人の仕事をしてるだけじゃないかよ。
Those are kind of comparable things, I feel.
サヨとは一番古い友人だと思ってるぜ。
ありがとうございます、お嬢様。
It seemed that Shannon understood the hidden meaning behind Jessica's words. After all, she'd heard a bit about Jessica and Canon's history from both of them. Apparently, George had heard something of that history too. He walked towards the window and looked up at the darkening, rainy sky.
カノン君はまだ幼いのに考え方が少し背伸びしてるところがあると思うんです。
He'll get out of his edgelord phase eventually.
いや、もうよしてくれよ。まあ私も雰囲気に流されてたところはあったと思うしさ。まあシャノンたちのことを見てちょっと羨ましいとか思って気がせいていたところもあったかもしれねえな。私のことなんかどうでもいいだろ。それよりジョージ兄さんたちの方はどういう感じなんだよ。だいぶいい感じなんだろ。
どうなんでしょう。
I mean, George is right there.
とてもいい感じだよ。
Shannon was lost for words, her face red, while George answered brightly and immediately. That carefree attitude made it easy to see that their relationship was proceeding so perfectly it made it anyone envious. Yeah, that's what the narration just said.
ってことはシャノンもそのうち寿退社ってわけなんだ。
どうなんでしょう。
Graduating from being a maid.
私には
どうなんだろうね。僕にもわからないね。
George laughed teasingly as though pressing Shannon for an answer. It was probably the way they usually flirted when they were alone. Jessica could only smile bitterly and say, yes, yes, thank you, that's enough.
僕には夢がある。
That's... Okay. You have a dream? Okay, thank you, Senator Armstrong.
それは一国一城の主になりたいというビジネス的な野望だけじゃない。生涯を共にできる伴侶と幸せな家族を築きたいという夢もある。子供は最低でも2人欲しいとか。
That's very specific, okay?
家族で一緒にできるスポーツをしたいねとか。他にもいろいろ。そんな話を
I don't trust anybody who has that specific of a goal for their family. I'm sorry, George, but it's more sociopath behavior you're
こん
exhibiting.
なことを話すといつもシャノンには気が早いですねと笑われるんだけど、僕はこの年のうちからもうなぜか落ち着いた老後のことを考えてしまうんだよ。元気に成長した子供たちと駆け回る孫たちと、そういうものに囲まれていつまでもシャノンと2人
Forever
ゆっくりと
and
余
ever
生を送
and
れたらなっ
ever.
て。
Forever.
そりゃ確かに気の早い話だぜ。でもなんていうのか、ジョージ兄さんらしい話だな。
そんな家族に囲まれたらさぞ素敵でしょうね。私が思い描いていた理想の家族もそんな感じだったと思います。
To Shannon, who'd been raised in an orphanage, that harmonious image of a family was probably something to be yearned for. And George, who had made an absolute promise to grant that wish for her, may truly have been a fitting person for her to spend her life with. To Jessica, Shannon was a precious friend. George was surely the one most fit to entrust that friend's future to.
まあ水を差すわけじゃねえけど。
Thank you, Hatsune Marvin. I appreciate funny George moments. Well, George is a very funny character. I don't know if me calling him a sociopath serial killer behavior is an exaggeration or not yet. It might not be. This game is insane.
そんなことは誰も気にする必要はないよ。僕が誰を伴侶に選ぶかは誰にもはばかられない。シャノンは僕が幸せにする。それに誰の許可が？
ジョージ兄さんかっこいい。
She said ooh like Courage the Cowardly Dog does. Ooh.
よくそんな恥ずかしいセリフを堂々と。昔の兄さんはそういうキャラじゃなかったと思ったんだけどな。
男子3日会わざれば刮目して待つべしさ。
Why did they say that?
シャノンを幸せにするために
The things I
僕
do
は
for
もっともっ
love.
と勉強してふさわしい男に成長するつもりだよ。
Maybe even George realized how embarrassing the words coming out of his mouth were. His face turned very slightly red and he scratched his head. Hey, I'm a poet and I didn't know it.
ジョージさん。
大丈夫。母さんは確かにごねるかもしれないけど、僕に任せておけばいい。親族全員に君が僕の伴侶だと認めさせてみせる。
I'm sure it'll work out fantastically.
いいな。シャノンが羨ましいぜ、まったく。
そこまで言ってもらえて、恐縮です。
っていうかよ、私はお邪魔虫なんじゃ
Little
ない
bit.
かって気がしてきたぜ。
Little bit.
席を外した方がいいか？
As Jessica rose with a forced smile from the bed she'd been sitting on, the phone rang. Before Jessica picked up the receiver, wondering what this could be about, Shannon looked at the clock and jumped. Apparently, she'd spent too much time on her break.
すみません。私、お勤めの時間を忘れて
Oh
おり
no,
ました。
Goda's gonna be so passive-aggressive about
これで
this.
失礼します。
Yeah, no, George definitely has terrible vibes. Like, everybody in this family is kind of a psycho, but, like, George oozes it the most. He's too normal. At the time Jessica picked up the phone, Shannon began jazzing out the room.
ああ、シャノン、またいつもの時間に、いつもの場所で。
Current time, current place.
失礼します。
もしもし、ジェシカです。ああ、ゲンジさん。はい。シャノンは今そっちに戻ってますよ。私たちが引き止めちゃったんです。叱らないでやってください。ええ。はい。
そっか、もうじき夕飯の準備の時間なんだね。
Many plates were lined up on the counter in the kitchen. Preparations for dinner were proceeding steadily. The number of plates lined up there was 19. That was one more than should have been set up for the annual family conference.
納得できません。どうして私が直接お届けに上
Goda,
がっ
stop
て
being
は
a
ならないのです
bitch.
か。
Goda-san flared up at Genji, paying no heed to the pot that was spitting steam. The master enjoyed eating alone in his study, so his food needed to be served in that room. However, that was something that always happened. Of course, Goda-san would want to set the table for the master with his own hands, since he'd put his heart and soul into his cooking. But the master had imposed a strict rule that none but the servants bearing the golden eagle crest enter his study. So while Goda-san would be able to greet the master from outside the study, not once had he been granted the honor of carrying his cooking inside. Goda-san was always irritated by this. Of course, he was a newcomer in terms of years of service. However, he had piled up plenty of experience from his previous jobs, and he was quite confident that he'd be able to perform in front of Kinzo in a manner that would do him no disservice. And yet, simply because he was not permitted to wear the golden eagle, he still hadn't been blessed with this honor. Can you imagine what damage that would do to his pride? You might think tonight was a repeat of that, but it wasn't. Because tonight, there was a person other than the master who wanted their food carried to their rooms. Apparently, this person is an extremely rare and honored guest, and we've been given strict orders to treat them in the same manner as the master, the family head. Goda-san must have wanted to earn some points by serving this honored guest with his own hands. Don't worry, Kumasawa, you can enter the frame a little more if you want. It won't bite. After all, he was an extremely vain person. If he wasn't qualified to serve the master, then at least a guest of the same rank. He simply couldn't find time during lunch, so Kanon-san had gone in his place. So, he truly desired to personally serve this person tonight's meal, the best dinner of the year. But Genji-san had put a stop to that. Something about how Goda-san didn't wear the golden eagle. After being told once more that he wasn't qualified, Goda-san lost his patience. Ah, so heart-wrenching, Goda-san. I cannot do anything more than watch like this from the shadows.
熊沢さん、油を売っている暇があったら食堂の準備をしてきてください。
Goda's face is so ugly right now. It looks so funny.
テーブルクロスは大丈夫ですか？
これは失礼を。
Boing! What was that sound effect? The boing? When it became her turn to bear his wrath, Kumasawa slid out into the hall. Real smooth operator, Kumasawa is.
ベアトリーチェ様は親方様と全く同格のお方です。ルールも親方様のそれと同じものを尊ばなければならない。ゴーダは自分の仕事に専念し、親族の皆さんのお相手をするよう。
そのようなお客様相手に源氏さんならともかくこんな子供を生かせていいのですか？もし何かの粗相があったら失礼に当たります。
We keep talking about blunders.
確かに彼らの年季は長いですが、しかるべきところで修行をしたことがあるわけじゃない。正直に申し上げてお客様に接する基礎ができていないのです。
Goda spoke bluntly, even though Shannon was standing right there in the kitchen. Shannon was one of whom Genji had ordered to carry dinner to Beatrice's room. By the ranking system among the servants permitted to wear the golden eagles, Shannon was certainly the second highest in rank. If the highest ranked Genji wanted to set the table in Kinzo's room, then it fell to Shannon to set the table in Beatrice's room. Goda's pride was always horribly injured by this ranking system. At times like this, he'd speak out bluntly and rudely against Shannon and Kanon. Goda kept raising examples of each of Shannon's failures until now, making a ruckus about how he couldn't do this or was terrible at that. Shannon, who listened to this with her head hung in shame, heard Kanon's voice from behind her. Kanon had been leaning against the wall in the hallway near the kitchen entrance, like some sort of chuni, a blind spot from the inside, and had been listening to all of this. He probably knew that if he entered the kitchen, sparks would start to fly his way. He's a huge bitch.
でも接待の基礎の勉強になるし、ゴーダさんはたくさん勉強してるからとても参考に。
姉さんは優しいね。
それより貴賓室のお客様がベアトリーチェ様だというのは本当なの？
Yeah, her bestie, her gal pal Beatrice.
昼食の配膳に行かされた時にあった。間違いなくあいつだったよ。
そう、お元気そうだった？
Boy, was she. She was having a huge laugh at Kanon's expense. Kanon remembered that he and Shannon had different impressions of Beatrice. To Shannon, Beatrice was a cupid of love who had granted her magic to establish her relationship with George. Judging by the expression that rose to her face, it looked like she couldn't wait to inform Beatrice of how her relationship with George had progressed. However, Kanon already knew. That witch came here with a terrifying goal in mind. The nebulous witch that only they'd been able to see in the past had now revived so fully that she could walk in openly through the front door, and even have dinner carried to her. Once, when she'd vanished in front of Kanon, the witch said something about how her own power was still weak. So if that witch was now appearing so openly, didn't that mean she'd finally regained her former power? And she said something else, too. She definitely said that she'd sown the seeds of love while fully aware that they would fail. You want to read 07th? I would recommend it. At least the 2 episodes I'm in so far. It's been very entertaining. You have no clue to where to begin? I'm not an expert. This is the only Ryakishi work I've read, so I guess you could start here. I don't think there's any continuity between, like, Umineko or Higurashi outside of some cute references, so I've been enjoying Umineko a lot, so you can jump in there, or you can just read whichever one seems interesting, probably. And she said even more. She definitely said that the day had finally come upon which the door to the Golden Land would be opened.
シャノン、あいつは親方様と何かの怪しげな儀式をし、きっと想像もできない
I
恐ろ
definitely
しい
don't
こと
think
を
you
す
should
る
skip the question arcs, no. The question arcs seem like very important. It's not like a prelude. It's literally half of the story, so I don't think you can skip it. You would literally be missing half the story. But like talking about Ryakishi's other works like Higurashi, I think you can there's like no continuity between them. You can just read whichever visual novel seems interesting, probably.
それには誰も抗えない。
何の話なの？
Yeah, there's Siconia, right?
あいつはやってきたんだ。
Like, it said Umineko is When They Cry 3, but I don't know if that means it's his third visual novel or if there's some other weird quirk to that. Like, I know Higurashi, Umineko, or Seconia, and I don't know if there's other Ryakishi works that maybe just haven't been translated. A lot of people love Umineko a lot. I've been enjoying it so far. It's because Higurashi has a question arc and answer arc? Ah, okay. So that's counted as 1 and 2. I see. So, Umineko's question arcs would be 3, and then the answer arcs would be 4. Okay. Wait, Umineko is 3. Okay, you confused me for a second, Pyro Boy. I was like, 3 and 5? We're all gonna die, Shannon. It'll be great. In the past, the two of them, as furniture working for Kinzo, had been told what opening of the door to the Golden Land meant. So Shannon understood everything without having to ask a single question, and because of that, she felt a deep despair. Something tore at Kanon's heart as he looked at that expression twisted with grief. Boku wa Kagura de.
人間の真似事なんかして恋なんかするから僕たちの役目の終わるこの日を素直に受け入れられない。い
つかこの日が訪れることを。でもいつまで経っても訪れなくて、私たちはいつまで家具として苦しめばいいのかわからなくて、だから私安息の日なんて永遠に訪れないんだって。
僕だってそう思ってた。
Well, we both fucked up, didn't we? That's what he's saying.
でも必ずいつか訪れるって僕は信じてた。だから僕は家具としての自覚を忘れなかったんだ。なのに姉さんは忘れた。
私が悪いのね。私が。
姉さんが悪い。
Canon, you're just laying into her right now.
姉さんさえ恋を覚えなかったら。
If only you hadn't experienced an emotion like some sort of person.
僕たちはようやく訪れた今日を喜び合うはずだった。姉さんがくだらない未練を作ってしまったんだ。必ず去らなければならない世界なのに。
Probably. We're gonna have a fun six-person pile-up tomorrow morning.
あと、あいつは僕に言った。今夜、ジョージ様は姉さんに婚約指輪を贈るだろうって。
That was a fact. George supposedly had an engagement ring hidden in his pocket today, and surely he would hand it over tonight.
あいつは姉さんとジョージ様を第二の番の生贄に使うつもりで二人の仲をくっつけたんだ。わかる？姉さんはあいつにそそのかされた上利用されたんだよ。
そうだったの。考えたこともなかったわ。
でもあいつは言ったよ。もし今夜その婚約指輪を受け取らなかったなら。
Well, she didn't say exactly that. Just for the second Twilight. We've got quite a few other Twilights she could be used as a sacrifice for.
13人が生贄になる。生き残るのは5人だけ。その中に僕たち2人が入れる確率は本当に低い。でも姉さんだけでもその約束が得られる。
Good night, Pyropoyo. Thank you for watching as usual. I always appreciate having you here.
僕はかけたいんだ。黄金鏡には救いがある。僕たちはそこへたどり着き、人間を手に入れるんだ。そして姉さんと2人で人間としての人生を歩みたいんだよ。そうすれば本当の恋だってできるかもしれない。
かつての私たちは黄金鏡へ行けることを夢見てたね。
They keep talking about the Golden Land like it's like an actual place.
そこへ行けば。
But I don't feel like it's so literal. You know, assuming it's the hypothetical that it exists, you know?
私たちをこの苦しみから救ってくれる。そう。
I question the whole ceremony's like premise that's like everybody has to die to get revived. And then the people who don't die also die anyways. So I'm like, what's the point of this? However, in this ceremony, only a few people would be invited to the Golden Land, chosen by fate and chance. Everyone else would lose their life as a sacrifice midway through the ceremony. However, in the past, Shannon and Canon had thought that whether they reached the Golden Land or was sacrificed, they would still be released from their duties as furniture. That meant the ceremony would definitely bring release to furniture like them, no matter what happens.
僕は嫌だ。これまでの辛かった分を姉さんと取り戻したい。生贄なんてごめんだ。僕と姉さんは生き残る。そして二人で黄金鏡へたどり着く。だから姉さんを第二の番の生贄になんかさせない。頼むよ姉さん。あの男の指輪を受け取らないで。それを受け取らなければあいつは姉さんを生贄には選ばないと約束してくれた。
You're really reading perhaps a bit too much into Beatrice's words.
今夜の指輪はとても特別なもの。それを受け取らないことは。
姉さん、儀式の生贄は魔女が気まぐれに決めることになる。
Yeah, that means you could also change her mind.
姉さんだけは見逃すと約束してくれたんだよ。姉さんだけは絶対に黄金鏡へ生きるんだ。
I understand though. I understand Canon's just coping. It's not really a matter of believing her. He's just desperate.
カノン君は
Desperate. Your turn.
僕は魔女のゲームで十分さ。あいつの魔女なんかかいくぐってやる。僕は無力じゃない。わずかの確率を無理やりつこ。僕たちのせいなんて所詮は仮初めじゃないか。本当の人生を始めるために僕たちは黄金鏡へたどり着こう。そして人間を手に入れよう。そうしたらさ、僕も姉さんみたいに恋が知れるかな。もう家具だからって人を泣かせずに済むかな。
That does sound why that happened and not any personality problem.
僕はもう家具は嫌だ。絶対に人間になってやる。こんな苦しみから
You hope JoJo lands as cyberpunk? That's an interesting idea. I kind of feel like a lot of JoJo is about normal places, but I mean, I guess, I don't know. It's changed a lot over the years, hasn't it? It's hard to say what JoJo lands will be. By now, Canon had noticed. Shannon hadn't been the only one to know and suffer from the taste of love. He had too. The tears Jessica had shown him that day. And Jessica's pitiful face as she tried to smooth things over and stay bright ever since then had slowly wrought some kind of change on Canon's heart without him knowing it. Yeah, every arc of JoJo is unique, but I don't know, a sort of sci-fi JoJo would feel strange, I think. Like, I don't feel like... I mean, the powers are all magical, of course, the sands and stuff, but I don't feel like setting-wise, JoJo has diverged too much from, like, a normal place. I feel like these... No, you mean when they cry? Well, you said JoJo lands. I'm confused. Anyways. Shannon jumped at the sudden sound of Genji's voice. Apparently, he had called for her repeatedly. She hurriedly answered. When she turned back, Canon had disappeared. It seemed he didn't feel like showing his tears to anybody.
はい。ぼんやりしていてすみません。
昼食はカノンに頼んだが、本来は私の次の序列のお前が運ぶべきものだ。ベアトリーチェ様は当家の最高の賓客だ。それ以上の賓客はいない。もう一人の親方様と思い、丁重に頼む。
よろしいですか。くれぐれも粗相のないようにお願いしますよ。経験の未熟なあなたに託すのは非常に心苦しいですが、当家のルールとあっては仕方ありません。くれぐれも頼みますよ。
Goda had officially agreed, but he glared at Shannon with an expression that told her he definitely wouldn't forget any mistakes. Even Shannon felt that Goda might as well go himself if he was so desperate to go. But she considered this one of her responsibilities as one who had been allowed to wear the Golden Eagle and had to give up. And anyway, I wanted to meet Beatrice. What will I talk about? What will I ask? I don't know. Will this be a meeting of gratitude or one of grief? Or else what? I don't know. Shannon piled the witch's food onto the serving cart and left the kitchen at a slow pace. The person knocking was Kraus.
今日は年に一度の親族会議です。お父さんを一目見ようと兄弟が揃ったのではありませんか。
No, I'm not leaving. I like my man cave too much. I've got my absinthe, that's all I need.
そこにいるのであろう。なぜ私の指示した通りに食事をここへ運ばせんのか。
Kinzo screamed across the door. Genji was waiting behind Kraus.
お食事は書斎へ運べるよう準備。ただクラウス様が今夜はどうか下へ降りていただきたいと。
お父さん、毎日とは言いません。せめて今夜だけでも家族で揃ってはくれませんか。
We're almost at dinner. That's when we'll see the fateful letter again. You got a VTuber agency that wants to pay you? That could be fun. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm so interested in that sort of thing, but for you, you should do whatever you think would be best for yourself. Who are my favorite voice actors in this so far? Definitely Kinzo and Daisuke Ono as Battler. And oh, I forget her name, but she's Android 18 as Eva. And Beatrice, of course. Those are my favorites. Kraus is alright. See, this is why Kinzo's great. He's going all in, all the time. He doesn't back down. This actor goes hard. He doesn't stop. Kraus shrugged at this answer, which he had half expected. Naze!
源氏さん、後を頼みます。もうあの人に私の声は届かんね。
Kraus gave his head a small shake, then quickly turned his back on the door to the study. He had only come calling to save face in front of his siblings, knowing full well how useless this was. After Genji watched Kraus disappear down the stairs, he called again across the door.
親方様、お食事を運ぶ準備はできております。南條先生の分はいかがいたしますか。
Nanjo could be seen in the study. Because Kinzo had forcefully pestered him into finishing their long-lasting chess game, they had been playing against each other since early in the evening. Nanjo had announced as a doctor that Kinzo's days were numbered, so he couldn't refuse if Kinzo demanded that they finish this game whilst he still lived. Kinzo was thinking deeply about his move, concentrating more than usual. It had been Kinzo's turn for quite some time, and Nanjo, who was tired of waiting, had randomly pulled out a book on magic that he couldn't understand and was skimming it.
金蔵さん、盤面を前に腕を組むだけではいい一手は出ませんぞ。一つ休憩をして頭をリフレッシュしてみるのもいいのではありませんかな。
黙れ。
Shut up.
守りはこれで十分か。ビショップやナイトに隙間を突かれはしない。
You're trying to penetrate Nanjo's opening? Today, Kinzo was focused on maintaining a strong defense. Normally, Kinzo's motto was that offense was the best defense. However, today was completely the opposite.
私も腹が減りました。
Please, sir, I'm so hungry.
ここいらで中断しませんか。それに休みなく頭を回転させておりましたから、もう頭がクラクラです。これ以上は私も最善手をさせるとは限りませんぞ。
You fixed your EDO Pro, now it has Umineko textures and sound effects. That's great.
それは困る。
You should play your Eldritch deck with that. to take on the Golden Land.
チェスは互いに常に最善手を指さねばならぬ。
Elena prefers dubs. That's fair. I know a lot of people who prefer dubs just for readability's sake. Being able to watch and listen at the same time instead of having to look at the subs. I usually prefer the original language for most things. But also there's like no dub for this game at all, so... Getting a dub for this would be a massive undertaking. Getting it voice acted at all bankrupted the company that hired all the voice actors, because it was so much. Kinzo sighed deeply and finally shifted his gaze away from the board. Chess isn't chess without an opponent. If that opponent is tired and wants to suspend the game, there's no getting around it. Umineko Gold is... That was the fan group who was dubbing it, right? That was what it was called, Umineko Gold. Also Highfield. It was official. Oh, I thought it was a fan effort.
勝利以外にもう一つ目的があることを金蔵さんはお忘れではありませんかな。
Hatsune Marvin, you should never regret sharing your fanfics, whether they're cringe or not. I think fanfiction is one of the most noble exercises the human mind has engaged with in the 21st century. They were gonna do Kickstarter to pay the actors and then it just disappeared? Weird. I know Kickstarters fail all the time, but it's weird for it to just disappear like that. Like before they actually did the Kickstarter. Maybe there was just an issue with getting the licensing or something.
金蔵さんがそんなこともお忘れとは。チェスを通しですぞ。
You were just besties, Kinzo. I don't have a goal. I play chess for fun. Nanjo, you're a filthy casual.
参ったな。それは確かずいぶん昔に私がお前に言った言葉だったはず。
Kinzo stopped believing in having fun. He became a tryhard. He went competitive. He needs his chess esports money. Kinzo, who almost always wore a frown, relaxed his face for once and laughed. Nanjo felt like he'd been reunited with a close friend he hadn't seen in ages.
そういうことです。一本取られたついでにどうです。私と下に降りて食事と行きませんかな。食後にコーヒーと一緒にカスパロフの中盤についての議論
Good old Kasparov. Rare Kinzo not acting insane moment.
良い提案だが遠慮する。私はもうこの部屋から出られない。儀式は始まっているのでな。
Oh yeah, that's especially why he can't leave, because he knows the second he walks out of the room, Beatrice can just murder him. Right? He's protected in his room. Now we have, I guess him saying that does make it a little more, like, he's slightly less insane, because now we have context, we know that he's protected in here with magic shit.
そうですか。では私はお腹もペコペコですからな。
ペコペコ。
下へ降りることにします。気が向いたらいつでも。
南條、ありがとう。
ありがと
う。おや、何の礼ですかな。
お前とのチェスの決着はつかなかった。だが、私が忘れていたチェスの目的はどうやら果たせたらしい。
I had a great time. Time for me to fall out a window, maybe. Or get burned up in the incinerator.
チェックメイトと同じくらい重要なものであったらしい。
I wonder if this is some sort of metaphor.
何の干渉ですかな。
Umineko is really funny to read so far because, I mean, it's a great, I'm sure it's fantastic, you know, I'm only 2 episodes in, so I can't judge, like, how much I love it so far. I'm enjoying it, but it's really funny, the things you hear about that get put on a pedestal, where it's like, oh, it's so deep and perfect and beautiful, and it's always the things that are screaming at you, this is a metaphor. You need to be a real intellectual to understand Umineko as it throws 500 blatant chess
そして
metaphors
も
at
うこ
you.
の部屋へ来るな。続きは黄金鏡であろう。
いいですが。
But that's fine. I like
仕
things
切
that
り
are
直しですぞ。
I like things that wear their heart on their sleeves, so to speak.
ルークが落ちてしまったのは痛手ですのでな。それでは後ほど。
ああ、後ほどな。
It gets less subtle as it goes on. All right, that's interesting.
黄金鏡か、煉獄か。
Oh, it's interesting that he refers specifically to purgatory, because that's where the
次の世で。
that's where the tea parties take place. It said purgatory in the intro to that. But it's only the kids there, no Kinzo or any of the adults. Just Battler and Beatrice right now. Nanjo didn't say anything beyond that. And, with emotion made smooth by familiarity, he pushed the button on the table that would release the autolock. Then, after looking at Kinzo's back one last time, he left the study. As he did, Genji's voice came from the hall.
それでは親方様、これより夕食をお運びいたします。
最後の晩餐になるやもしれん。
The last meal of Kinzo Ushiramiya.
味わわねばな。準備を頼む。
かしこまりました。親方様のご準備の方は万端となりましたか。
うん。この部屋を今日まで問え旗への結界で厳重に包んだ。あれのルーレットが私を選ぼうとも必ずや
I've set Mirror Force. Don't worry, Genji.
そして生き残り黄金鏡へたどり着くうちの一人は絶対に私となる。私を冥府へ連れ去ろうとする死神どもの来訪をも拒もうぞ。
Into the incinerator with you, old man. Shannon entered the VIP room, bowing her head and pushing the serving cart. The young woman by the window, gazing out into the supposedly empty darkness, was definitely that witch.
今度はシャノンか。懐かしいな。ほう。顔色がだいぶ良くなったではないか。カノンとは違うな。見違えたぞ。
ありがとうございます。
Shannon sullenly prepared dinner. There were actually several things she wanted to ask the witch, but they were all jumbled up and she didn't know where to start. Her heart was also jumbled up and she didn't even understand her own emotions. So she could only do her job dispassionately with everything still vague. However, the witch saw what was in her heart. You can't hide anything from a witch.
謝らぬぞ。わらわは魔女だからな。
何がでしょう。
I won't apologize for being a bitch. It's just in my nature.
カノンから聞かされたであろう。そなたの恋路を助けたのはわらわの単なるいたずら。
I'm gonna use that from now on. I only did this because of my mischievous spirit.
こじれ、ねじれ、破綻するかを干渉するためにまいた種に過ぎぬと。
恋はするより聞く方が楽しい方もおられるでしょう。
まさか。わらわに感謝しようというのではあるまいな。
はい。あなたが私にどんな下心があって恋の魔法を授けたとしても、あなたが私に与えてくれたものは変わらない。だから添い遂げられないと知りつつまいた種であったとしても、私は恨んだりしません。
やはり家具というのは面白みのない。それを面白く調理するのがわらわの腕の見せ所よの。
What was she
私
cooking?
にベアトリーチェ様のお考えは分かりません。あなたは私たちなど足元にも及ばない大魔女で、その遠大な資料など想像するにも至りません。でも一つだけ言えることがある。
なんだ。
私に 人間を教えてくれてありがとう。あなたが言った。私はもう家具じゃない。
黙れ家具。真の人間ならば婚約指輪を受け取ろうという日に告げられた死の宣告に嘆き狂いて踊り出すだろう。なのにそなたはなんだ。達観し全てを受け入れたような顔つきではないか。
This wasn't how it was supposed to go. You were supposed to be sad. I'm not coping. She seems upset.
いいえ、私は
I think this is the closest that Beatrice has gotten to being owned so far.
黙れ家具。
黙りません。家具ではありませんから。
わらわの命令が聞けぬというか。
家具なら命令に従います。でも人間は命令に従うかどうかを自分で決めます。だから私はあなたの
Yo, it's
命
even
令
in
に従わ
bold.
ない。
That means get fucked, basically.
宣言を撤回する。やはり面白いぞ。種をまかねばそなたは何の感情も抱かず儀式に身を任せただろう。しかし今のそなたは実に面白く育ち、わらわを心底楽しませてくれるぞ。
Is all that matters.
それでいい。わらわは退屈を愛さないのだから。
お夕食の準備が整いました。どうぞ。
なかなかうまそうではないか。ゴーダが黄金鏡へたどり着くことがあれば、わらわの料理長に任命してやってもよかろう。
カノン君に聞きました。私にジョージさんの婚約を断らせれば私を生贄にしない。
That was for sure a lie.
したぞ。そなたは第二の番にうってつけの生贄候補だったのだがな。カノンがそれを許せと泣いて叫ぶので寛大に聞き入れてやったのよ。そなたが婚約を破棄すればとの条件付きでな。わらわのなんと寛大なことよ。
Very gracious.
なんてバカな条件。そしてなんてバカな脅迫。
Yeah.
そんなもので
Shannon grows a
カノン君
spine.
をいじめ抜いたというの。
ほう、わかるのか。
Apparently, Shannon had seen through it. She'd apparently guessed at how the witch had bullied and humiliated Canon with that horrible promise as bait. It was very funny. You talk about kissing feet too much, Beatrice. It's a little weird.
それだけではない。他にどのような恥ずかしめを与えたか聞きたいか。
Shannon silently shook her head.
あなたという人を、あなたは人をいじめ、惑わせ、困らせて、
Wow,
それ
same.
を楽しみ。
She's just like me for real.
だからあなたに抵抗する唯一の方法がこれであると確信した。
なんだ。
あなたなんか知らない。私は私に与えられた運命を全うする。だからあなたを面白がらせたりしない。
あなたなんか
She looks so hurt. The witch.
知らない。
知らない. The witch's features twisted in hatred for just an instant. It disappeared immediately, but the expression that briefly rose to her face was rare for the witch, whose malicious smile usually never faded for a second.
そういう抗い方もあるか。面白い。気に入った。殺してやる。
I'll just murder you then,
お
okay?
前の思い人と一緒にな。
I respect the honesty. I know, this is the closest she's gotten so far to coping and soothing. I guess everybody does it a little bit in this visual novel.
私はそれに怯えたり逆らったりしません。 これから起こる苛烈な運命があなたの意志によるものだと
That's an interesting
信じない
take.
から私たち人間は未来に起こりうる運命など知らないだからこそ最後の瞬間まで自分の信念と運命に従い精一杯生き抜く運命はただのサイコロの目そこに悪意なんて感じないあなたが吹き込もうと信じない
ほう家具をやめたくせに死を恐れぬとはなそれがわらわを退屈させると思っているようだが
I actually think it's quite funny. I'm not owned. I'm not owned.
そなたが本当に最後の瞬間までそれを貫けるかますます興味が湧いた
私は悔しいどうしてあなたは人の姿をして私たちの前に現れ人の言葉で語り
Because it's funny.
私たちを嘲笑うのか私たちの前に現れず運命を予告しなかったなら私たちは最後の一瞬まで精一杯生きられるのに
それが魔女というものよ貴様らの運命を食い物に工事の存在として刑事の存在の上に君臨するそなたらの運命など所詮は
Capital F fragments.
両手で碗を作ればいくらでも救えるわらわに飼われた肉牛どもが何をほざこうともわらわの食卓を楽しませる結果に変わりはせぬのに同じこと
無力な私たちにはあなたの儀式にも運命にも抗うことなどできない
I'm sure the fragments thing will come up a lot more. It was a proper noun.
しかしあなたに今すぐ不愉快な思いをさせることはできる
ほうそれは何か
今すぐここを立ち去ることです
Get her ass.
あなたの言葉に答えることは全てあなたを楽しませているあなたの問いかけに答えないことがあなたへ唯一できる抵抗です
なるほどなるほど一矢報いることはできようしかしわらわを倒すことはできぬぞわらわは誰しもを永遠に殺す
To
力を
kill
持
anyone
って
for
いる
eternity.
永遠に繰り返し殺される輪廻の中でそなたがいつまでその抵抗をできる
So that's probably what's going on,
実に
isn't it? The
楽し
different
み
chat with this? That's what I suspected, some sort of loop.
自らが口
That's her
にした
threat
こと
against Battler as they argue in the tea party room, right? How long are you willing to just keep watching your family be killed over and over before you just give up?
それでは失礼いたしますご用がありました
That's definitely what's going on, I think. Shannon gave a reserved bow and faced away. With that gesture, maybe she really did take a shot back at the witch, just as Beatrice had said. Because when the witch called again, she sounded a little more quick-tempered than she had before.
カノンはわらわに感謝したぞそなたは感謝せぬのか安息の日をわらわが与えることを
家具なら安息の日を喜びましょうですが私は人間ですのでだからあなたに感謝することはありませんご用はそれだけですか
ジョージから指輪をもらうつもりであろう受け取ればわらわがカノンと交わしたそなたを生贄に選ばないという約束を破棄すること
まだご用があるなら他のものを来させますのでそれでは失礼いたします
A flat-out interruption. Shannon still hadn't answered her, and the sound of the door closing came instead of an answer. Shannon's resistance probably struck far more deeply into the witch than Shannon herself thought, because an expression of hatred once again rose to Beatrice's face. She had made Canon submit, even though he hadn't been ensnared until the end, whereas Shannon, who had been so easily ensnared before, refused to submit this time.
なんだやはりこれは面白いことではないか わらわもまだまだ若いか。これだから千年は生き飽きぬのよ。
Crack a boom. This was most... Oh, that is an error. This was the most fabulous part of the family conference. You're missing a the. Dinner. Dinner! In the past, when Kinzo had been serious about the conference, he'd taken everyone's yearly gathering for dinner very seriously, because anything embarrassing that occurred during the dinner would cause the deepest shame for him as the host. He had given Natsuhi stern orders to avoid embarrassing at all costs. Because of that, she and Kraus eventually hired Goda, who had confidence in his cooking abilities. Thanks to that, they became able to serve wonderful dinners that they could be confident in. But by that time, Kinzo had closed himself up in his study and never appeared for dinner. Maybe you could call that ironic. When the main dish for tonight, calf steak, was set out, Goda began to describe it proudly, further simulating everyone's appetites.
こちらソースはボルドレースとなっております。ベースの赤ワインはもちろんボルドー産の中でも素晴らしいものを使用しておりますが、その他にも当家オリジナルブレンドとしまして、世界各地数種類の名酒をブレンドしまして、より深い味わいとなりますよう整えてございます。このソースは本年限りのものでございます。どうかお楽しみいただければ幸いです。
素晴らしいじゃないか。しかしボルドレーズソースはフランス料理の王道ではないのかね。それにフランス以外の酒を使うのは少し邪道ではないかという気もするね。
旦那様、本日は年に一度の親族会議でございます。普段は遠方にお住まいの皆様がはるばるお越しになり、一堂に集われた夜の晩餐には
Using fancy wine for cooking is actually a bit of a rookie move? Oh, interesting.
世界各地より普段は出会うことのない
Is it just because it would be being wasted on food and not actually being drunk? Like, I don't know if using a fancier wine for cooking actually affects anything. Like the taste of the food. It just seems like a status thing for Goda.
素晴らしい。本当に素晴らしい料理人や。あんたは。
Like, for the sake of cooking, all wine would be the same, right? It would only matter if it was the different colors.
元の料理のうまさも2倍。さらに能書きで2倍。
Yeah, that's what I assume, is that it's like a status thing. I can throw away as much fancy wine as I want on this cooking, because we're insanely wealthy.
味の売買ゲームや。
Dublin and Dublin.
いやね、兄さん。その質問、読まれてたんじゃないの？
違いねえな。まんまと美味しいところをゴーダさんに持ってかれちまったぜ。
そうかね。今日の料理をフランス風だと気づいていない者もいるんじゃないかと思ってね。
I do know about the Umineko fighting game. I was interested, but I've been encouraged not to play it until I finish because it is like all spoilers or something. Which I don't doubt. I love how he's like, you know, France, Spain, they're next to each other, it's the same thing.
話の一部分だけ抜き出して勝手に加工しないでくれるかしら。
I keep saying this, but every argument in Umineko just feels like a Twitter argument. Stop taking me out of context.
ゴーダさんは本当に素晴らしいわ。
お褒めに預かり、大変光栄です。
Yeah, somebody told me like one of Shannon's moves is throwing the mirror, which is very funny.
これもすべて奥様の日頃のご指導のおかげでございます。
いえ、すべてゴーダのアイディアです。私はレシピを聞き、承認しただけです。
It looked like the siblings quickly got into a loud argument about the sauce. But for the most part, dinner proceeded peacefully. However, a certain question that desperately wanted to ask burned inside each one of them. It was about that visitor, the 19th person, the Golden Witch. In actuality, Eva and Rudolph and the rest were very much on their guards during this meal. If the mystery guest was ever going to be introduced, this dinner table would be the most appropriate place to do it. However, no place was set at the dinner table for the witch. The family conference would begin in earnest after the meal, and previous experiences told them that it might last until deep into the night. However, they couldn't imagine why such a person should be kept hidden until that late if they were going to be introduced in the end anyway. Oh, ominous music. So, Eva and Rudolph and the rest were starting to feel a certain suspicion. Perhaps this guest was unknown even to Kraus. If this wasn't an assassin called by Kraus to give him an advantage in the inheritance problem, then maybe they should speak frankly to Kraus beforehand, creating a common front to resist anything disadvantageous to the four siblings. If she was Kinzo's assassin, whose purpose was to keep the inheritance from being handed over to the four siblings, the enmity between Kraus and the other siblings could only become a weak point that benefited the enemy.
それではごゆっくりお楽しみください。
When he finished explaining the reasoning behind the table setting and the cooking, Goda tried to leave the room, but Kyrie called him to stop with a small voice.
はい、キリエ様。何か。
ごめんなさい。今日はお客様がいらっしゃってると思ったんだけど、晩餐にはお見えにならないのかしら。
She had planned on saying it nonchalantly, but unfortunately it reached the ears of Natsuhi, who was sitting in the next seat over. It seemed that Natsuhi had heard it as, even though the guests are here, why hasn't their host come to dinner? In other words, that Kyrie had asked whether Kinzo was going to join them for dinner.
当主様は体調が優れられませんので、お部屋で食事をとると仰せです。主人が初めにそう説明いたしましたが。
No, the other one.
ごめんなさい。そうじゃないの。
Natsuhi's reaction instantly told Kyrie that this unknown visitor was also unknown to Kraus and his wife, which meant, on the chessboard inside Kyrie's mind, she could hear the clattering of the pieces as they rearranged themselves. Kyrie is a real smart cookie. I wonder how long she'll last this time. I wonder if she'll get a chance to be smart more. Battler, who had been sitting next to Natsuhi, seemed to have heard Kyrie's words without misunderstanding them. Thinking it strange that someone else would be invited to today's family conference, he spoke up incredulously. And thanks to that, the uncomfortable feeling building in the siblings' chest suddenly exploded. Everyone looked at Goda at the same time. Judging by their reactions, it was clear that no one here had invited that mystery woman. For an instant, Goda was startled to find everyone's gazes gathered on him, but because of his naturally vain personality, this actually gave him a feeling of superiority. Good old Goda. Therefore, he answered in an extremely calm and graceful manner.
はい。貴賓室でお一人で食事を取られたいとのことで、そちらへお運びしております。
That extremely graceful and reasonable response of Goda's made it obvious to everyone that a 19th version, a visitor perhaps, existed.
貴賓室？客？何の？誰の話ですか？
Natsuhi's words echoed that the question that everyone who didn't know about the appearance of the Golden Witch was thinking. For a while, Goda was disoriented, caught completely off guard by this sudden interrogation. This was a guest who had been treated with such deep respect. He hadn't imagined that Kraus and his wife might not even know about her.
そのベアトリーチェ様でございます。
ベアトリーチェ。
Oh no, they said the trigger word.
ほらほら。ベアトリーチェ。
Maria has been activated. Maria had been telling the other cousins over and over again that she had met Beatrice that day. The cousins had answered flippantly, but they hadn't believed. So their eyes grew wide.
すまねえ。
Yeah, like that.
俺はてっきりマリアの冗談だと思ってたぜ。あ、本当にいたんだな。
ベアトリーチェって、あの黄金のベアトリーチェなのかよ。
マリアはいるってずっと言ってる。誰も信じてない。
ごめんね、マリアちゃん。そういうつもりじゃないんだよ。
After learning that everyone had doubted Beatrice's existence, Maria, who had been in good mood all day, completely lost her temper. George, who sat in the next seat over, tried frantically to calm Maria.
ゴーダ、 それもディナーの何かの余興なのかね。なかなかの味な演出。
Not as good as medieval times, though, Goda.
兄貴、三文芝居はやめようぜ。兄貴が呼んだんだろ。
呼ぶ？誰よ？どこから？
兄さん、はっきりさせましょう。あれは誰？まさか本当に肖像画のベアトリーチェだと言うんじゃないでしょうね。
ね
え。私にはお前たちが何を言っているのかさっぱりだ。ゴーダ、これは本当に冗談ではないのだな。
私はその源氏さんからそのように指示を受けただけでして、その
Goda's losing it.
源氏を呼びなさい。今すぐ。
When Natsuki yelled, Goda sped out into the hallway. The sound of the door being thrown open was the spark that suddenly set the dinner table ablaze.
じゃあ兄貴も知らないってんだろ。呼んだのは誰だ？親父ってことか？
私には何のことかわからない。
I don't know a damn thing.
お前たちは私が裏で糸を引いていると信じているようだが。
I was thinking about my Delsny World France projects.
クラス兄さん、落ち着いてえな。わしらはもう腹の探り合いをすべき段階にないで。もし兄さんも知らない怪人物だっちゅうんなら、これはとんでもない話になるんやで。
秀吉さん、言葉を少し慎みませんか？主人は親族会議に不要な人間を招いたりはしません。
まったくだ。お前たちは何を言っているのかね。肖像画の魔女が額縁を抜け出して現れたとでも言うのかね。実際にその魔女様に会ったという人間がいるわけでもなかろうが。
私、あったわ。
She sure did. Eva and Rudolph nodded at Rose's proclamation.
マリアもあった。クラースおじさん信じて。ママを信じて。
The brief tension was broken and Maria also started to make a ruckus. By now the room was thoroughly wrapped in chaos.
何が何だかさっぱりだぜ。つまりなんだ？じい様に黄金を授けた魔女様が今年の親族会議にはスペシャルゲストとして登場ってわけかよ。
しかし本当にローザおばさんの見間違いってことじゃねえの？
マリアもあった。
Boing!
Rosa おばさん。
Maria's just upset because everybody's ignoring her.
何ですか？
ええ、私とマリアは会って話もしてる。私は会ったの。あれは間違いなく魔女だった。信じて。私の見間違いとか錯覚とかそんなのじゃ断じてない。あれは何だったの？
In the instant before the typhoon arrived, Rosa definitely met a witch in the rose garden. But the scene had been so hard to accept as truth that the more she spoke of it like this, the less she understood what it was she had encountered. Ironically, since she was losing her composure, the more frantically she tried to cling to her claim, the more confused and hazy the thing she was describing became. Because of that, it only took a single, calmly spoken sentence to confirm the nature of what she was describing beyond the doubt.
私もあったわ。挨拶とはとても言えないけれど、一応言葉も交わしてる。ローザさんの見間違いとかじゃ断じてないわ。
キリエさん、それマジかよ。
ええ、でも彼女は私に名乗らなかった。だから彼女がベアトリーチェであると断定はできない。
But the painting was right behind her.
でも、
Yeah, there you
主
go.
観的で恐縮なんだけど、私は玄関ホールで彼女に会ったから、肖像画と顔を見比べることができた。私は第一印象で、彼女こそがこの肖像画の主に違いないって思ったわ。あくまでも主観よ。
そんなことはありえません。第一、その女はどこからやってきたというのですか？今日の船は皆さんの送迎のための便が往復しただけです。 その船に乗っていたのですか？
それを言われると弱いな。確かにそんなご婦人と一緒に下船した記憶はない。
あら、そう？私たちの乗ってきた船以外に船はないってどうして証明できるの？できないわ。
You can't.
来なかったは証明できない。
道理だな。来たは証明できる。来たのを見たやつが見たと言えばいい。しかし、来ないは証明できないぜ。
Yeah, well, that's because it's proving a negative.
全員が来ない、見てないと言ったところで、全員が見てないところでこっそり来たことを否定はできない。つまり、悪魔の証明ってや
Yeah,
つだ。
proving the negative. It's impossible to prove a negative. It'd be simple to prove that devils exist. All you have to do is meet a devil. But it's impossible to prove that devils don't exist. Just by saying that no one has ever met a devil, you can't deny the possibility that they're hiding away somewhere humans can't go. You can't deny the existence of aliens for exactly the same reason. Until humanity searches the whole of space and can show perfectly that aliens don't exist, you can't be sure that they don't exist. And it's definitely impossible for us to ever check the entirety of space for the existence of aliens. Therefore, while there may be a number of ways to prove that aliens do exist, it will always be impossible to show proof that denies their existence.
となれば、僕たちが乗ってきた船以外の船で来たかどうかなんて、議論しても無駄な問題ということになるね。僕たちと一緒の船にはいなかった。それだけが事実で、それ以外の方法で、とにかくこの島に訪れたことになる。
そうね。
We're gonna be hearing Devil's proof a lot, I bet.
議論の必要はないかもしれない。肝心なのは、現にこの屋敷に今いて、私たちと晩餐を共にする気がないという事実よ。
整理しよう。今この島には後ろ宮家18人以外にもう一人客がいる。そしてそいつは兄貴も夏日姉さんも知らない客だったんだ。
知りません。何の話だかもわかりません。
お前は少し黙っていなさい。頭痛に触る。
Stop talking, wife.
妻の言う通りだ。私にはお前たちが何の話をしているのかさっきからさっぱりだ。
じゃあ答えは一つしかないわ。お父様が呼んだのよ。今日の親族会議のために。
親族会議に？だから何のために？
そんなの知らないわよ。兄さんが知ってたらそれを問い詰めようって思ってたのよ。
This is quite the accurate sibling argument right here.
予算か。クラス兄さんは知らんと言うとる。つまり話はこうや。お父さんが肖像画の魔女にそっくりの客人をこっそり招いた。それにローザさんが出会い、マリアちゃんが出会い、そしてキリエさんもあった。今はそこまでや。わしらに言いたいことがあるんならとっとと姿を現せばええ。挨拶もなしに引きこもってるっちゅうんはどないなわけなんやってことなんや。
親族会議なんか花から関心のない親父が新しい愛人をこっそり呼びつけたってわけか。理想の魔女様のおべべを着せてよ。そう決着するには今日という日は意味を持ちすぎてるぜ。
理由は一つしかない。親族会議に加わるためよ。お父様の遺産について何かの権利を主張する気でいるのよ。
Money. It's always about the money with you people.
バカバカしい。当主様に愛人などと汚らわしいものなどおりません。
お前は黙っていると言っている。
Shut up, wife.
私はこの屋敷でずっと親父殿と過ごしているが、最大限理解を示したとして何十年も昔の愛人との間に隠し子がいたとして、それを親父殿が探し出し今日という日に呼びつけたと、こう言いたいのかね。
あなた、お父様にそんなものがいるわけがありません。尊い後宮の血が愛人ごときに。先ほどから数人が見たと自称しているに過ぎません。幻想妄想白チュームに決まっています。あるいはこれも夫を陥れるための皆さんの何らかの芝居なのですか？
You'll have to excuse me for a few minutes, or moments, subjects. It'll be really quick. Just a few minutes. There we go. I told you it would be just a second. I hate interruptions, but you gotta do what you gotta do. You're all trying to trick my husband. You're all just trying to put the screws to my husband. You're all playing a prank.
ちょいと暴力的な言い方だが、夏日さんの言う通りではある。キリエは姿を見たが、俺は見てない。姉貴もだ。だがローザは見た。しかしってことは、いるってことになる。いるを証明している連中が存在する以上、いるで直ちに決着だ。悪魔の証明の逆パターンってわけだな。
Yeah.
それに、俺も会いたいんだよ。そして、一体当家に何の御用かと直接問いただして。
I'm sure she'll be very responsive to that.
それについては私も同感だ。六軒島へ何の御用かぜひお尋ねしたいものだ。
白々しいこと言わないで。狙いは一つよ。お父様の遺産を狙ってるのよ。相続問題に明るい弁護士に今後の作戦を練らせるべきよ。お母様と同格の権利を愛人が主張した場合、私たちの取り分はかっきり半分さらわれることになる。
ちょっとみんな待って。源氏さんがもうじき来るわ。彼は何でも知ってる。きっと私たちの疑問に答えてくれるわ。それまでそういう話はなしにしましょう。さあ子供たち、悪いけれど大人はちょっと込み入った話をしないといけないの。ゲストハウスへ戻っていなさい。
Rosa yelled at the children, slightly overcome with emotion. The children didn't understand why they were suddenly being yelled at this time, but Eva and the rest realized it too late. They were talking so bluntly about the filthy topic of the inheritance right in front of the children. Of course, they wouldn't want their children to remain, so they all immediately agreed with Rosa's plan. Interesting. So we don't get to see the letter this time, directly. Interesting.
いとこ同士仲良く遊ぶんやで。ジョージ、言われた通りになさい。いとこみんなを連れて今すぐ出ていくのよ。
ちょっと待ってよ母さん。僕たちはまだ食事も終えていない。
デザートもまだ来てない。
デザートはゴーダさんにゲストハウスに運ばせます。だから出て行きなさい。
So we don't get to see the letter be read out loud to us this time, it seems.
ここから先は大人の話し合いです。
Or maybe something else will happen. I don't know. Can't be too predictive.
まだ食いかけだっての
に。ってことは
理解してくれてありがとう、バトラ君。でもあなたラッキーよ。
どうして？
私も出て行けるなら出て行きたいもん。
Yeah, it's an awkward conversation for sure.
違いねえぜ。大人は大人で遺産をめぐって楽しい一家団らんをお楽しみくださいってんだ。
私も席を外しましょう。
I don't want to deal with any of this shit. I gotta go.
どうやら今夜は私の出番はなさそうだ。
Nanjo quietly rose to his feet. From his seat in the farthest corner, he had been calmly watching the whole discussion without butting in. Surely that reaction of his was very adult, just what you'd expect of a calm old gentleman. When Nanjo rose from his seat, it ended up encouraging the others who were supposed to leave. The children noisily rose from their seats, and as they hurried into the hallway, the servants returned.
遅くなって申し訳ございません。源氏をお呼びいたしました。
お屋敷の中の戸締まりの確認に行っておりましたもので、申し訳ございません。
さあ、子供たちはゲストハウスへ。ゴーダさん、申し訳ないのだけれど、子供たちの分のデザートをゲストハウスへ運んでくれるかしら。
は、よろしいのですか？
No, don't make me do work. It seemed Goda wasn't amused to see the dinner he'd worked so hard on interrupted like this. He sent Natsuhi a look as though asking her whether that was really okay.
ローザさんの言う通りにするように。それから私たちにデザートの配膳は不要です。 呼び出しがあるまで食堂には近づかないよう。
Poor Goda gets owned. I don't feel really bad for him though. He's kind of a dick.
いいですね。
はい、かしこまりました。
さあさあ皆さん、参りましょうか。マリアさんもこれ以上お母さんを困らせてはいけません。
マリアもベアとの話する。やだやだやだ。
マリアちゃん、僕たちにゲストハウスでベアトリーチェの話を聞かせてくれないかい？ぜひ魔女の話を聞きたいんだね。
All you have to do is like redirect her.
ジョージ兄さんは本当にうめえぜ。
It's like using martial arts.
本当に子持ちじゃねえのかよ。手慣れすぎだぜ。
George's words had completely restored Maria's good mood, and now she took the initiative, telling the others to head on to the guest house. It looked like Yoda didn't like being kicked out himself, but he couldn't disobey Natsuhi, so he left the room with Battler and the rest, closing the door.
ご用は何でしょうか、皆さん。
あるわ。たっぷりと。それもみんな。誰から質問するかくじ引きが欲しいくらいよ。
だが誰が一番のくじを引こうとも最初にする質問は同じだと思うね。
違いねえな。源氏さん、正直に答えてくれ。今貴賓室にいるベアトリーチェってのは何者なんだ？
We don't get to see that. That's not an audience participation scene. What time is it now? Oh, 10 o'clock. We went ahead quite a ways. Okay. I think that's where we'll have to stop for tonight. But I'm looking forward to reading more Umineko next week. It's been very enjoyable so far. Episode 2 has taken some twists I didn't expect and some turns I kind of half expected. Ooh. It's very fascinating to see how this works. We're following Burn Castle's rules, right? That we have to observe the world before we can figure out how to play the game. That feels very much like what Episode 2 is trying to teach us to do, because it's showing us so much stuff that happened before the family meeting. But I appreciate, as usual, everybody who shows up to watch. It's very interesting to tackle this mystery together. And I'm glad that everybody did show up again, as usual. It's always nice to have all the regulars here. I think we'll raid Tatsu. Tatsuniko is a fellow VTuber. He's plays a lot of Dragon Ball Fighters, but tonight it looks like he's playing Cuphead, so that's cool. Cuphead's a very cool game. So, well, I'll see you guys tomorrow for the finale of Doom 2. We don't watch Doom, we play it. We're gonna play the rest of Doom 2 tomorrow, so look forward to that. Good night, everybody.